Okay, welcome back from that tasking session. Now, for starters, those of you who might need to use the lavatories, the gents, we are using, that is the left. The females, extreme right. We got that clear? Okay.
I'm seeing some lovely eyes looking at you. If you're not understanding the laboratory, places of convenience. Yes? How do you call them? Oh. Okay, so if you want to help yourself, for that gentleman, you're going to move out a little bit and use your left. And for the ladies, you'll go to the extreme right at the end of the corridor. We are so happy to have you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for embracing our invitation, for coming on this day, celebrating Post International Women's Day celebrations. And we know that today is supposed to be 8th March, right? Yeah, that's why we are using the word post. So our program of today, we are having an exhibition taking place outside, and you're free to visit at your convenience time. We are also going to have the anthems, which are going to be held by the ICT personnel. We shall have a prayer led by our Imam, Sheikh Abdul Nasser Mutiaba. He's the Kyambogo University Imam at the main mosque. It is located in the north. We are going to have entertainment that is from Art of a Child, and I hope the people who are taking part, you're preparing. We shall have a few introductions, opening remarks, and we shall be informing you later on the programs we are to be having.
Okay, I'm seeing some of our students moving out. We're about to start, so make it faster. If you happen to be seated next to someone with any sort of ear impairment, please notify them to come to the front because we are having sign language interpreters with us today. We've catered for them. So please notify them to come to the front if you notice one. In the interest of time, we are going to start on our program. So please let us settle down. Let us settle down.
And for some information, kindly students, let's use the behind door for our movements. If you want to move out, you use the behind and also coming in. I would like to be recognizing, as we are settling down, a few people. I would like to recognize our Deputy Audit for Kyambogo University, Ms. Ampere Rosette. Thank you so much for coming. We are humbled to have you here. And we are also having Mr. Serebe Godfrey from Kyambogo College School. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We are also having Ms. Kayegi Lona Mukota, a teacher at Kyambogo College. Thank you for honoring our invitation, madam. And we are also having Ms. Jane Francis Ouma, our secretary, Faculty of Special Needs. Thank you so much, madam, for coming. And also thank you for coming in your respective capacities. We are so honored to have you here. Are we set? Are we set? tell me when you're okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us rise up for our anthems. That is the national anthem, East African anthem, and the Kyambogo University anthem. So I hope let us all arise to give respect to these anthems. Thank you.
Let us have a hand clap to the Department of Performing Arts. We are now going to have a prayer. Let's humble ourselves.
May God's peace and mercy be upon you all. And good morning. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, O God, you are the one, the most high, self-sufficient. None is co-equal to you or comparable to you. We are very grateful for our university, for the Directorate of Gender and Mainstreaming Unit of Kyambogo University, and indeed for this day, we are celebrating the Post-International Women's Day 2023. In the Quran, the Almighty says, that is chapter 31, verse 14, and we have enjoined on man to be dutiful and good to his parents. His mother bore him in weakness and hardship upon weakness and hardship, and his winning is in 2 years. Give thanks to me and to your parents, and to me is the final destination. O God, we thank you for all women in this country and world over, for their services and contributions in different sectors. O God, give our students the capacity to understand the concepts and put them among the best performers. O God, bless this gathering, bestow upon this gathering your mercy, peace, and blessings. O God, accept our prayer. Amen.
Thank you so much, Sheikh Abdul Nasser, for the good prayer. We continue thanking you all for coming.
A humble reminder to the students, we please beseech you to use the back door. We request you to use the back door in case you are moving out. Mu Luganda, abayizi tubasaba bw'oba otambula toyita maaso oyita emabega. Tweyanziza nnyo.
We are having entertainment next on our program from Art of a Child, and I hope they have prepared themselves. Let us keep time. Art of a Child, thank you. Okay, as they are preparing themselves, let me try to give you a hint on what we are going, actually on the reasons as to why we are here. We are trying to solve a very big problem, and that's why we are trying to say cracking the code. Cracking the code has different definitions according to technology, but because of the day we are here today, we are trying to solve a very difficult problem of which we are facing. And in the morning session, we were having a conversation with the students. We saw that mostly the males are the major superiority, of which for us we are trying to emphasize on innovation for a gender equal future. Trying to say that at least the ladies and the gents are on the same line. It's a tradition according to them, and that's true. It's what we've been having since the ATS, or the African Traditional Society. But according to the new developments, or according to the technologies you're having, we are trying to look at having an equal gender future. Having women do what men can do. So let us have entertainment from the Art of a Child. Thank you.
Could we have the boys first? Meanwhile, the girls could be preparing. No, no. It's okay. It's okay. The boys. You can start when you're ready.
Opportunities, the master key to success, the fountain of hope, has been denied to many of our sisters. Under the umbrella, technology for the boy child. What a miss to the would-be great inventors, educators, doctors, pilots, to mention but a few. Parents, educators, downtown countrymen, you close our way to technology for the girl child. You close the taproot of good grades, the nuclear of society, and pillar of peace. Please open up for the girl child and close the digital gap. Schools, schools, schools. Gone are the days when it was only the boy child for school. Research, big tasks, and information. Today, many girls who are still denied the same have failed to perform. Give them chance. Social media, denial of access to internet, machines, and electronic devices, closes the door of hope and life for the girl child, and opens the dark path for our nation. Let's stand together with our sisters in a single road to harden technology for a strong and sound future.
Thank you so much, Art of a Child. We are so humble that you've given us a very nice poem about technology. And if we picked a leaf, I think now, girls, we are trying to think like queens, right? You know, for us, in order to remove the traditional thinking, we need to think critically. We need to think like queens. We need to think like we can, right? Are we together? So we are having our dear director, Dr. Harriet. Thank you, madam, for coming, being with us. And she's going to introduce the people she's having in order to know the people we are having around us. Then we shall continue with the opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome here. Thank you for honoring our invitation. I would like to first make a request that the back benchers could come in and fill in the chairs, the front chairs. This seems to be empty. Thank you. Let's do that very quickly as we get a report from the rapporteur on the status of members that are already here. Before I give my speech or I talk to you, let me give the opportunity to the rapporteur to take us through who is around and who is expected to be here in terms of exhibitors, the schools, invited guests, and the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. A good morning to you all. Yes, we are glad, Doctor, to note that we have representations from Kyambogo University. Thanks for coming. Those who are representing Kyambogo University, please say hi. Yes, thank you so much, more especially the administrative side and academic. Thanks for coming. We also have our partners. Doctor, they're here. Hope is representing. Then we also have Uganda AIDS Commission. Yes. We also have Kyambogo Medical Center. Yes, they are at the exhibition stall. We have Kyambogo Counseling and Guidance. We have Art of a Child. Thank you for coming. We also have Usitema University. Yes, thanks for representing. Yes, so we also have other partners. For the schools, we are glad to have both high schools and primary level. Art of a Child, say hi. Hi. So we also have my fellow youth. Can we say hello? Yes, Doctor, we also have students of Kyambogo University and other schools. Students of Kyambogo University? Yes, thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much, our rapporteur, for that elaborate highlight of the people that are in the house. I take the honor once again to welcome you and also to welcome our Imam who has led us through the prayers. Thank you very much for coming. The Vice Chancellor is in the house, Professor Bua John Bosco. The council member is around in the house, Dr. Reverend Rubale Grace, and we're here to go. Today is also another remarkable day when Kyambogo University and the partners are celebrating International Women's Day with a theme of cracking the code, innovations for a gender equal future. We thank you. We thank you, Maurice, for coming. I can't talk without, smiling at you. We shall have your take at the appropriate time. Thank you. Thank you all of you again for sparing your time, the Vice Chancellor for allowing us this opportunity to use the facilities of the university and to invite people. We are honored in that regard. And also for allowing us continue with our work of gender mainstreaming in this institution. We need to report to you that gender mainstreaming has quite a number of partners. You can see they are all out. They've come. Others actually are online. I don't know whether our online handles are already activated. And we've done great job. We've done a great job. Very soon, we shall be joined by the keynote speaker, the executive director of FAWE. She'll be here. She's within the premises, but soon she will be joining us. Thank you very much. And the Public Relations Office, thank you very much. You can wave to them. They will be able to handle anything you ask for, would like to ask. We have universities represented. Busitema University, Uganda Matters University, Uganda National Council of Science and Technology is here, and they are all going to take us through very good activities. With this, I would like to ask to return the mic to the MC so that you continue with your work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your good and kind remarks. And to the women in the building, we are trying to show you that you can also be doctors, right? For the pupils who want to be a doctor, but you only think that doctors are the ones in the hospital, right? And you're asking yourself, why are we calling her doctor and yet she's here? She may not be a medical doctor, but she's a doctor, right? And you can as well be a doctor according to how much you invest in your education. So invest in your education, prepare well for your road, and I know you're going to make it. And next we are supposed to be having opening remarks from the Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University. And we are soon having him. Before, I would like to recognize other partners whom we have been with in this journey. We are having Equal Opportunity Commission, Period Equity Africa, Uganda Blood Transfusion Service. We are having the Period Equality Network, Power to the Youth, Days of Girls, Uganda Youth and Adult Saints Health Forum. Wezesha Girls are also partnering with us. We are having the Kyambogo University Debate Society. We are also having Imagine Her, Arise Institute East Africa, Girls Not Braids Uganda, Endometriosis Foundation Uganda. We're having Bustema University, and all these partners are on the exhibition grounds, as we can all, I think, see there on the tents, and please visit them at your convenience time. We're also having the Kyambogo University Counseling and Guidance. They're also there, so whoever needs the services, please reach out to them. So, Meko MC.
Since we are having Uganda Blood Transfusion Service here, we do request humbly those of you that are eligible for blood transfusion, blood donation that is, please take and spare some time to go and donate blood to the cause. You never know who might need it tomorrow. We are also having Tahi on board. We are having Imagine Her, iRise Institute East Africa, and Women of Uganda Network.
Not forgetting Safe Places Uganda. Um, recognition for our keynote speaker. Madam, you're highly welcome. We are so privileged to have you here. And requesting the house that please let's have a one-to-one interaction. When the keynote speakers are done, we are going to have what we call a dialogue. So I hope that we follow each speech well and we interact. As we always have a saying from Hillary Clinton that women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world. According to the poem we've been given, the boys try to illustrate telling us that sometimes we might lose women who would be doctors, who would be nurses, who would be accountants, because we are not empowering them. Women empowerment should be now in our minds. We should think highly in order to fight against the bias that women cannot make it or women cannot be equal. We may not see it now, but let us start it now. Because the future starts the minute you're not there. According to the financial managers, for them, they value the time that is now rather than the tomorrow, because the risk which would be there tomorrow you may not be knowing. So let us start now, embracing the cracking of the code, that is the fighting of the problem we are having, that is having no gender equality. We are on a fight of gender equity against on all the genders. I'm requesting for some interlude from the ICT for like a minute. Thank you.
Cause nobody's perfect. Oh yeah, nobody's perfect. You know where they go.
we all know in a home, we cannot have security in a home. We cannot be, even if it's a relationship, when there is no money. That's why we think it's important that we understand how we make money, how we save money, how we grow our money, and how we make investments. And these particular investments should be investments that support both gender, because all of them are important. Okay? So why are we talking about financial literacy? It is because normally in schools, these are things that, and institutions, these are things that are not normally taught. No one will teach you how to manage debt. No one will teach you how to run your own business in most cases. The training we normally have is for us to be equipped to be able to manage other people's businesses. And we are saying it's important we start early to introduce matters of money to as young as this generation in terms of understanding money. Let me ask maybe the pupils around, the children, how many of us have an account in a bank? Okay, just put up your hand if you have an account in a bank. Yeah. Okay, we have about 3 people who have, or 4 people who have an account in a bank. How many of us have a savings box at home? Okay, that's encouraging that we have some young children who have savings boxes at home. So we need to begin saving. How many of us know, the children again, how many of us know how much our parents spend per week on food items? How many of us know that? Anyone who knows how much their parents spend at home in a week? Okay. I think I need to take one answer. So how much did, and how did you get to know? Okay. Say your name, where you come from.
My name is Virunji Joan. I come from Makindi. It's Virunji Joan. I come from Makindi. My parents, they use 50,000 for their food. I know because they live there at the table before my parents go.
Okay, thank you very much. She knows how much the parents spend because they leave money on the table. Okay, thank you very much. Now, when we talk about financial literacy and starting it from an early age, it doesn't mean going into a classroom and teaching people. It goes to the little aspects, like telling our children how much we spend in a week, like giving them an opportunity to go and shop, yeah, the items we are going to use at home, and participating in budgeting. It can be as simple as that. And financial literacy goes beyond just talking about how you can make big money, but also spending and saving the little you have. Okay, and I'm happy that she was able to answer that particular question. I just wanted to ask the parents here who paid any school fees. Just put up your hand. And I have very few minutes, which I will utilize very well just to maximize. Any parent who paid school fees? Okay. And when you paid your school fees, did your children thank you? Did they get to know how much? Okay, did they thank you? Okay. Now, for the parents who are here, their parents thanked them. But I am sure there are very many parents out there and children who feel that they are entitled. to paying school fees. That's an entitlement. It's not an act that is worth thanking. Okay? So, because we have raised the generation that has an entitlement mentality, and it's because there are some key skills that we have not taught our children. Things to do with emotional intelligence, financial intelligence, cash flow management, how to manage debt. That's why you see in our country when a man dies, almost the whole business empire dies. I think I will not give any example to respect lives of the dead, but you all know those stories. And now there's a difference between us in the country and, for example, the Indian community. Those of you who have visited Indian communities, you know that a child from school will just go to the shop and wait for the parents up the evening. Now, for us, especially Ugandans, we do not empower our children with that. You'll work in a bank, for example, and your child has never visited your workplace in the bank. Or you are in the university and your child has never visited your university or even the lecture room. They don't know what you do. So when you pass away with everything, no skill set, no nothing that has been passed on. We have children of electrical engineers who can't repair even a basic kettle, fridge, or even put cells in a remote. They have to call their father. So these are things we need to teach our children for us to have an empowered future, and both children. We have risks that are usually ignored, things to do with death. If death happens, what happens in the home? Have you ever had that discussion with your children? Assuming you have your 10 million maybe on the account, but none of unfortunate event you passed away. Have you ever tried to ask your children, what would you do with 10 million if I was not around? How would you move on with life? So in Spawn, I will talk about those things: death, disability, what happens if I become disabled, long life, and so on. So as Housing Finance Bank, we are prepared to enable people become financially independent, right from enabling the children have savings account, the savings boxes, more importantly to insurance packages that can enable them secure their future for both girls and boys. But I just also wanted to let you know that we all have different reactions when it comes to money, because we are different money types. And I'll just speak about the money types, and I think because of interest of time, I'll end there. So all of us here have different, we react differently to money. And there's one person who, the first example I saw that came out vividly when it comes to money is when a rich person, a wealthy person in perspective of owning land, not touching money, who decided to sell their property. I think it was around 50 years. So they told him, we can't give you cash, come to the bank. He said, I want to open an account, I want cash. So they agreed, they came to the bank to be given money in the bank. So they sat and they had sold 500 million, the property. So after the transaction of signing the documents, we counted 500 million and brought it in front of his face like this. Now the person who was happy, anxious on signing, when he looked at 500 million for the first time in life, the eyes became red, started shivering and sweating, because it was a heap of money. So we are different, we react differently to money. And sometimes we normally say, those guys, how can they act like that? It's because probably you have never looked at money. Huge sums of money in your hands. So we need to learn and teach our children and ourselves how to react to money. Because we have squirrels, people who always, when they get their money, they store it for the rainy day. They will keep it, which is good to keep it. But you know, money also gets. So you need to think about, how can I make the money that I have kept to make money for me? That's why on the children's account, as Housing Finance Bank, we put some money interest for them to accumulate some money. By the time they withdraw or they grow old, when there's some money. So there are those of us who avoid money matters. We are like ostriches. Talk about money, you hide your head in the ground and just abana bali koleza we. You know, this little money, what am I going to do with it? And there's that famous saying that all of us are responsible for our financial position currently, but it's only the rich that accept. So when you ask someone, why are you broke? They'll tell you, you see, my parents, I come from the village, our people, this government, the economy. But when you ask a rich person, why are you rich? Then they will tell you your story. You know, I was vending matoke, I came from Masaka, then I did ABCD, and so on. It's all about them. I did. A broke person, the government, the relatives, I am bewitched. Yeah, so so it's important that we teach ourselves and understand what money type you are to transform. We have those who are strivers, they are go-getters, they see money as a measure of success. That's the weakness. They are good at striving to have money by all means. The problem is that they see money as the ultimate measure of success, which is not good. Because you need other people. You will go to hospital and at times your money will not stand for you. You just need that nurse to treat you. So, and we have high flyers. High flyers are people who want to show off when it comes to money. They will wear bring. I'm talking about bring because we have our young children who understand what bring is. And they want expensive things, show off, and so on. But most of the time, they don't have a stable source of income that will sustain that lifestyle. So how do we transform to ensure that we have a future, a guaranteed future? We have debt desperados. They borrow from one person to another. And you keep that cycle. I am told these days even women borrow hair in the salon. You do my hair, I will pay you on third day. On this particular day. So how do we move out of that? We need to consolidate. So, ladies and gentlemen, no matter where you are in your life cycle, Housing Finance Bank has a solution that can enable you. For those of you who are about to retire, we have different packages. You need to know that you have to have certainty of cash flows. And we have risk-free investment options, things to do like treasury bills and bonds. These enable you to have certainty of cash flows because as Housing Finance Bank, we primarily deal in government securities. When this money you invest it there in government securities, it is sure deal that you'll have the return. As opposed to being 80 and you are just starting a business, a poultry farm, which is okay if you have experience. But most times we don't have this experience. So just invest it safely so that it brings you returns that you can get every month to sustain you. Okay? For those of you who are planning to have children or who have children, we have insurance packages in our bank insurance department to enable you secure the future of your children. These packages go from education plans to others like medical, to others like motor comprehensive for cars, and mortgage protection for. And for those of you who have projects that you're running, we can support you. Those of you who have circles, we do capacity building and training. And we all know that majority of the circles, the people who are in those circles and small businesses are usually ladies. And as a bank, we have come out to even put a fund to support circles and investment clubs. And most importantly, we all know that in Uganda we have a very big deficit of decent housing of over 2.4 million houses. And we know the challenges as a country we have when it comes to home ownership, which includes most titles. First of all, the cultures. Most cultures, women cannot inherit. And also, most titles and the names of men. But most importantly, most of the land in the country is not titled. You know, we are almost 48 million Ugandans, probably. But the land titles we have in the country are not even 1 million. Meaning majority of the land is not titled. So as Housing Finance Bank, we are saying we can support the people, including women, and be able to build houses and to buy homes, even when there are no land titles, using sales agreements. We can still finance you to build incrementally, and we can support your small businesses in terms of doing business, giving you working capital, but most importantly, the capacity building, so that you can be trained about how you manage money. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I just want to talk about one thing, because we are different age categories, and there are certain things we should be doing at every age category. So you know that all of you have watched soccer, not so? Football. All of you watch football, or you've ever watched football. And in football, there is the first half, second half. Okay? Depending on how you utilize time, there might be extra time and even penalties. So what I just wanted to let you know, that the young children you see there are in their first half. They are early stages. Actually, they are in training. They have not yet started the football match. When you are in training, it's important that you listen to the coaches. So the coaches you have in your life might be your parents, might be your elders, your teachers. It's important you listen to them, because they develop your skills. Okay? And you need to be disciplined. When they say the training starts at 6, you should be there at 6. If they say it is time for food, it is time for food. And if they say we do ABCD, you do ABCD. So at around 25, people will start working and they'll enter into the first half. And depending on who that individual is, between 25 to 45, you just need to know that you are in your first half of the football match. And in the first half, you can be a serious team that concentrates on financial independence. And you'll make your investments. And you make sure that this little money you earn is utilized well. And by end of first half, you'll have scored life 5-0. But you also know that there are teams that will play around in first half, wasting time. And by second half, usually there is pressure, because even the age has grown. The opportunities are few. Even when you see the advertise, they are talking about people who are below 35 and so on. And for us, you're old. So certain things you should be doing in your second half. When you are in your first half, when you are 45, you need to evaluate your life and see what things you should stop that you did in the first half, so that you do them better. But usually at that time, like I told you, it is desperate time. If you look at the corruption scandals we have in the country, look at the age category of people. What age are they? Many of them, I will not mention the scandals that are happening. The second half, because it is desperate time, and that's the time even your own people here start booing you. You've seen teams being booed because they have lost their first half. Yeah? So, in brief, just to save time, as Housing Finance Bank, we are committed to support gender equality in the country. We have representation of 60% in terms of our shareholding, in terms of our leadership. We actually, even when it comes to number of ladies versus men, the number of ladies is more in terms of staff. And we have trainings that we do internally for women and children and girls that we do. And we would request that as we do more of this planning, you involve us, we can come and do capacity building. And thank you very much, and thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Eunice from Housing Finance Bank, for your good communication. And I would request the School of Performing Arts in 3 minutes to give us their entertainment. And please keep time. From that, we are going to have the keynote address, and I would request Dr. Harriet to introduce to us and invite for us the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Ah, ah, ah. Kakebe gwosanya vayo kagobako nkoyo kukunonya werage obudde buzibye gwe kulwaki tokowa kuzanya werage nze nembulwa werage kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa wanzakira ng'ekiro wandabikira ng'ekimyaso walikolesebwa nze bwe nakulaba kuba nalowooza toli malayika mbaze munyenye mu bbanga nsaba gwoyitewo kulabeko tenga tegutta olubege nga nkunoonya funye ettangira kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa kibunomu werage kibunomu waddawa
Thank you so much, the School of Performing Arts. We are so grateful for your sweet performance. And I would request Dr. Harriet to come and introduce to us the keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My friend Morris can for me as I organize something here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Maurice Hassa, and I'm an artist using music as a platform to advocate for the rights of children, and I'm happy to be here. On this day, I'm glad that I'm seeing male involvement. Bananga basajja mbakubiriko mu bugalo. Yes, to achieve gender equality, men have to be at the forefront. I'm going to sing for you a song called Kaleke Kasome. I don't know if you've heard of the song. Have we heard of the song Kaleke Kasome? Gumikiriza kachali kato swama lulala tolumya kaleke kaleke kasome kanyabo kaleke gumikiriza gwe kachali swama. I cannot hear you. Gumikiriza kachalika swama. Beautiful. You want to know the background of the song? A little story? Okay. First of all, I would love to thank the organizers. Thank you for having me, and the different partners. Also, thank you for putting this together. Kaleke Kasome is a story born out of a 4-year-old girl that was sexually abused and left for dead, bleeding, by a 26-year-old man who later escaped. To cut the long story short, Sharon, not her real names, she was rehabilitated and rescued and rehabilitated. But the incident left deep scars not only to us, to the family, but to us also in the community that knew this little girl, Sharon. 4-year-old, just imagine, sexually abused by a 26-year-old and left for dead. Put your shoes in Sharon's, put yourself in Sharon's shoes. It haunted me. This happened in 1994. Yeah, it haunted me. Growing up, I saw so many instances happening to girls. And in 2005, I penned the song Kaleke Kasome. I didn't know I was writing the song about Sharon's song, but after writing, I realized I was writing a story that had been haunting me for years. Today, the song has reached millions and has changed mindsets of communities and societies on how they perceive or on how on ending childhood sexual violence. Why am I sharing this story? We all have a role to play. Yeah? And I'm happy all sectors are represented here. I'm seeing religious leaders. I'm seeing different institutions present. And most importantly, the children. Mindset change has to start from the children themselves if we want to have a just and equal society, or if we want to achieve gender equality. I was young when I started advocating. I didn't even know I was advocating. I just penned down a song in my little capacity. I didn't know the song would reach millions. Why am I saying this? Why the reason I'm saying everybody has a role to play. Yeah? In my time, I played that role. That the song is still reaching millions and changing mindsets of different people. Yeah? DJ Mpolu yimba. Banduleke tuluyimba. Tuluyimbe. DJ, let's have the song. Let's have the song. I hope we can sing together. In the room, I'm seeing my friends from my Rise Institute East Africa, Joelia, Hope Nankunda there, and many others. Mentioned but a few, you all my friends. DJ Kayimba Katue. Nsasiro muzadde yakera kumacha ngalumizibwa. Nabona. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. What in Polampo? Hey. Yo, lava maso. Sasiro muzadde yakera kumacha galumizibwa. Hey. Nabona mu bulamu kawalanga kalina. Sente tewali naye kakasome. Nasulenjela kayigirizibwe. Mama nasulenjela kafuna okulya. Oh nakonga nangwamu nyabo kekake yeyeja nebasekerera nebogera ebifu nabigumira. Kawalaki kalina leka bogere. Evu
Nakkulukatemu nenfuutuke erikalingiza neribika ku nsonyi erikalabisa sonyi wanyina bulira bwakaba nakulukuta amaziga bulira omulanga gwe bwoti mpolampola bulaba abakamanyi tuyimbire wamu kwatirirako kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala kaleke kasome kanyabo kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala tolumya kaleke kasome kanyabo kaleke chokozo chimbani okase gomaze ubilo obulwadde kafunye tekabimanyi mama gofunye essanyu sigale kayina ezadde lya muno limaze obuwanguzi bubukwi kaana kato kobonereza okalangira bikigwe mukulu emisomo gyose emyaka eminja gwanga lyose jukira akafu obusungu bekayina mama kakesasuze buli akombako kacawe ennume zakonona mwoyiwe kwatirirako kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala tolumya kaleke kanyabo gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala tolumya kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala tolumya kaleke kanyabo kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala yimba nange tolumya kaleke kasome
Remember where you got it from.
gumikiriza
www.djeric.com.
kakyali kato soma lulala kasome kaleke gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala tolumya kaleke kanyabo gumikiriza kakyali kato soma lulala. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the entertainment, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I request members that this has been a powerful song. The first day I heard about it, I cried. It has too much meaning. It talks about a girl child. And it is saying that, please stop. The girl is still young. Those defilers, the girl is still young. And now we are saying the boy is still young. Nobody should touch a girl. They are still young. They are growing. Even the boys are growing. So this is powerful. I request that we stand up and we clap for Maurice. It has, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We respect you, Maurice. We respect you, thank you. I have been handed over the microphone to introduce the speaker, but I also want to welcome my friend Henry from Red Cross Society. You're most welcome. He's here and he has camped here. He has quite a lot of packages he has for us. The Vice Chancellor, Kyambogo University, members of council present here, unions, our speaker today, thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kebirungi Harriet. I'm a senior lecturer and I also coordinate gender mainstreaming activities in Kyambogo University. Thank you. I would like to let you know that Kyambogo University has a history of in a mainstreaming gender. And we are proud today because our gender mainstreaming, our gender policy was the first policy to be approved by Kyambogo University Council. Of all the policies that had been made, of all the guidelines, of everything, but our gender policy was a pioneer university in the life of Kyambogo University. So we are proud of that, and we speak with a lot of confidence without fearing. Mr. Chancellor, I know there are quite a number of other policies that have been developed, but still we recognize ours as being a pioneer and a powerful policy that has caused transformation in this university, especially in promoting girls and boys' education, access to services and opportunities. We are going to talk to, I'm going to talk about Susan Opok Tumsime, Mrs. She's our guest speaker today and she's in the house. You are most welcome. Susan is a development practitioner with hands-on experience spanning over 15 years in managing complex development and humanitarian programs in education for vulnerable and disadvantaged youth. She led organizational change management processes, engaged with education, health systems, strengthening protection, support to primary health care, including HIV/AIDS treatment and care, adolescent, sexual, reproductive, and human rights, and livelihood support for vulnerable and marginalized youth, women, men in central and northern Uganda. In her varied capacities, she's worked closely with government of Uganda at the national and local levels, and with development partners, both within the country and internationally. Susan holds a Master's of Science in Management of Natural Resources and Sustainable Agriculture from Agricultural University of Norway. She also holds a Master's in Environmental Science and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Philosophy from Makerere University. Susan is currently the Executive Director of FAWE, a non-governmental organization whose mission is to enhance opportunities for girls to attain quality education through scholarships, social protection, institutional strengthening, and advocacy. She also served as Country Director, Nurture Africa, Country Director, and she was promoting equality in African schools. At the level, at the window, and promoting, yes, and at the level, at the window trust, including head of office, team leader, program manager, and program officer. She lectured at the adult community and of education at Kyambogo University, and has provided various education programs. We are here for the girl education. We are here for the boys education. So the focus more is on girls, and I hope they will focus on boys due to the pressure of the prevailing, community problems. So we clap hands and we welcome Mrs. Opoka Susan, Executive Director. Fawe, you are most welcome to Kyambogo University. We are very happy to have you here. Your organization has extended support to some girls in this university. So be attentive and let's continue to network with her for more support and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I don't know whether it's afternoon or still morning. It's good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Protocol observed, and I'll stand on your protocol, Doctor. Thank you very much for the honor and invitation to come and speak to our guests, the children, the youth, the elders in the house. You're all recognized. I'll just make a correction. I'm Mrs. Tumusime and not Mrs. Opok. Opok is my father's name, yes. Yeah, so there's that, yes, thank you. It's an honor for me to be here this morning, this afternoon. I started the morning, I wasn't part of the earlier activities because I started with a webinar on safeguarding. Needed to talk about children, which is a passion for me, but also the kind of work that I do at FAWE. As stated, I'm Executive Director of FAWE, and I have worked with various organizations working with young people. Today, the keynote address is talking about cracking the code. Cracking the code, innovation for a gender equal future. I could say that I am part of that cracking of the code. And we would like to see many more young people cracking the code. Yes, the code can be given, but sometimes the code has to be fought for. It will not come on a silver plate. Ladies and gentlemen, what has enhanced the code? We have the gender perspectives, the social construct about gender. Women, girls are to do this and not to do that. Men are the bosses. Men are everything. Women, you must kneel. Boys, you sit. Those are the codes. Women can do STEM. Women and girls cannot do STEM. That is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. That is for boys because maths is so hard for girls. They don't have the brain. They don't have the head to actually do science subjects. So in our textbooks, what do we have? Women are nurses. Women are sweepers. Doctors are the boys and the men. Those are the codes, socially constructed norms. So what do we need? We need liberation. We need liberation from these social constructs. And who can do that? Who will liberate us? Would a gender equal future liberate girls and women? It's a question to ask. Because today we have some forms of liberation beginning. But are we ready also as women, as girls, to be liberated? We have female leaders. Are they doing what they need to do? Or is the code still holding us back? Because there's a mindset, there are practices, there is the environment around us. Is it ready for us? Are we ready for it? So the need for liberation requires both we as the girls, as the women, but also the other gender, the boys. And we are not talking about discrimination. We are talking about equality. We are talking about equity. And I hope that we know that the difference. Because when we are talking about equality, it means we are standing at the same level. And you know, some of us are short, some are tall, others are long, others and so on. But when we talk about equity, we say, okay, if this Susan is tall to this level, I think we need a brick so that Susan can come to the same level as the other person. So that liberation is required. Then we are also talking about facilitation. Facilitation means that we have policies, we have practices in place that can enable us as girls, as women, to break the code. Because without facilitation, without that conducive environment, without someone pulling my hand, without information, without knowledge, it means that I cannot break the code. So facilitation is really, really important. So what is innovation for gender equality? Many times when we talk about innovation, we are thinking about new things. But innovation may not be necessarily new things. However, it could be certain strings that facilitate us to do what needs to be done, that holds our hands to reach. If there was no hand, how can our hands be held to be able to reach where we need to reach? So that means we have had very few women in science, in STEM careers, STEM, professionals. What needs to be done? And that is because there was this mindset, because there was the norms that girls don't do science. Girls cannot climb trees. A girl cannot become an engineer. So that means for us to do that, we need technology, we need modern technology, and for us to be able to access that technology. We are also talking about supporting girls and women through empowerment. And that empowerment is mainly through education and employment. Many times we have girls who are misled, who drop out for one reason or the other to become house helps. That inhibits our ability to break, to crack the code. Many of us as grown-ups here have young girls as our house helps. How do we support the girls then to crack that code? How can we ensure that all girls of school-going age actually are able to access and complete their cycles of education? That is breaking the code. And that is a necessity for us to crack the code, to innovate for gender equality. So, we will start cracking the code through bold, transformative ideas. What are those bold, transformative ideas that we can undertake to ensure that this code is cracked? What opportunities, programs can we engage with to ensure that this code is cracked? How can we engage, and at what level? It implies that we need to be everywhere, at all levels. I don't mean that we should be at, like headless chicken. You know how chicken are when they are, the head is slaughtered, jumping around without knowing where it is? That's not what we are saying. We must be strategic, must position ourselves as women, as girls, so that we can break this code. We must be able to intervene, identify Where are the areas? What are the opportunities that are available so that we can push ourselves there so that we can break that code? Let's not sit, because it won't come to us as easily as we think. In a meeting some time ago with the ambassador of Sweden and Norway, the Scandinavian countries, and they are ahead of us in terms of gender equality. And both ambassadors said, we did not want to be given. So sometimes we sit and wait and say, you see, the men are not doing this. We need to see the opportunities, position ourselves, and grab the opportunities that are. The other aspect is inclusive technologies. Today we have STEM. STEM in terms of design, in terms of equipment, in terms of, whatever is happening, technology. How are we positioning ourselves as women, as girls, to ensure that we are not left out in terms of taking on STEM careers? For those that, have already taken on these careers, Doctor is here. How can we ensure that we actually role model, that we mentor the young people so that they can have access to these opportunities? We have financial inclusion that my brother has just been talking about. How can we ensure that women are able to use mobile money, able to use the technologies that facilitate the utilization of technology? And that means we must be educated. Can we stop inhibiting the potential of girls by keeping them in the kitchen, by keeping them at home, but rather expose them, take them to school, hold their hand so that they can have access? Because we have artificial intelligence today, where are we as women? Somewhere I'll show that we are saying that in Uganda we have only 28% of women in STEM professionals. I don't know if that is updated information, but that's what we have. So for us to innovate, it means to innovate so that we can crack that code. It means we have to enter that space. With or without favor, we must push ourselves. It's not a comfortable area, but we must reach there. So inclusive technologies for girls and women. The thing is access to education. Access to education, access to education. I was looking at some quotes about, access to education. And of course, the famous one is that when you educate a girl, you educate a nation. And yet when you educate a boy, you educate an individual. True and false, but I will keep to the truth that says that, a woman is virtually the bearer of the household. Many things happen because we are the mothers in the house, because we are the sisters. We are at the forefront of many things. And if a woman is educated, take me for example, take Doctor for example, many things are happening, many good things are happening in our lives because of education. So for us to crack the code, we must ensure that girls go to school and complete. Ladies, can you say we will complete? I don't know whether we have primary school children. Yes, primary, secondary, yes, and the university girls. Please, please, please do not let anyone derail you from your education, because there is nothing that anyone can give you in this world that is better than an education. Once you're educated, nobody can take it away. Once you're educated, your life transforms. Once you're educated, you're able to make decisions. I make decisions about my money. Yes, I'm married, but I know what I want to do with my money. I'm not saying don't contribute, because there's also a norm that says, you see, when you have a woman's money should not be for the family. That's not a good outlook. The times have changed, we all contribute, but you are able to make the decisions and lead a life of quality. Do not be deceived by anyone saying that they can give you. Those things that they give are not free. They have caused us death. They have caused us ill health. They have caused us domestic violence. So it is not acceptable for any girl not to go to school. Wherever we are, let's ensure that girls go to school. The next aspect is combating discrimination. There is a lot of discrimination as a result of our norms and practices in terms of our values. Once we are educated, we can stand up against that. I'll give you an indication. In 2019, I think 2019 or early 2020, I went to attend, my husband's niece had brought her husband to introduce. And so there was a family gathering. So interestingly, they said the women, I just could not believe, but it happens up to today, that this cracking of the code is necessary and we still continue to fight. So there was a meeting to meet with the, potential, in-laws. And they said, girls, women, not in the room. We are discussing. So they discuss things for you, about you, without you. I mean, what does that mean? That we need to crack the code. I just could not believe. But it's happening. Even in our families, I'm quite educated, as you must have heard. But it's happening. So how do we crack that code? So that we can innovate for gender equality. It means a group of young women, elderly women, educated to stand for the rights of women. Not to stand with issues. Sometimes people have perceived us to say that these women's rights issues are mainly, against culture, no. We do agree there are good cultures, there are good things we can pick. Nonetheless, we must stand for what is fighting against us. So we must combat discrimination if we really want to break that code. The other issue on cracking the code is global action. There is need for global action. We may have policies, practices, values at the local level. Nonetheless, it must transcend that and go to the global arena so that we are speaking in unison, we are speaking as a team, that we have urgency and a voice to break and to crack that code, because that code is not an easy one. It may need persuasion, and where there is need for persuasion, let's use it. If there is need for assertiveness, let's use it. If there is need for, campaigns, let's use it. So all this can help us to crack the code that is inhibiting us from innovation for gender equality. So, as I said earlier, there are few women in STEM. And where we have women in STEM, we have women that are in the fields of, general sciences, let's say pharmaceuticals, biology. Do we have women in maths and physics? Yes, they're there. Nonetheless, they are few. And yet, we know that we have intellect. We know that we have potential. We know that the capacities and abilities we have. So what is preventing us? It's that code that the teacher said, you cannot. At a young age, you're told you cannot. But there is proof that we actually can. There is proof. So we need to break that code. Let's not listen to the naysayers, those that say that we cannot. And I would like to say here that we are not competing. It's not about competition. We are saying that we are able to utilize our potential, that we have a potential as girls, we have a potential as women, and we must utilize that potential in order to crack the code. So there are only 28% of women in STEM professions in Uganda. And yet you find that what are the highest paying jobs? Computer engineering, computer science. Where are we? So we must break that code. We must break the code. We must break the code through affirmative action. And this means we must lobby, we must, lobby, we must campaign, we must advocate for opportunities. We must have women in leadership. And how can we have women in leadership? Through education. Because if you are not educated, you cannot go to the leadership position. And even when you're in leadership position, please, ladies, girls, do not say, I have gone to school, so I can. There is an issue about learning, unlearning, and relearning. Position yourself in a process that you can continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because there are certain things that, the world is evolving. So we must continue to get information. We must read. We must read. We must go for courses, training, get the opportunities. Don't sit and wait. These days we have technology. There are a lot of courses out there. Put yourself to the fore. Challenge yourself. Don't get comfortable. I personally is not comfortable even with where I am, because I know that the sky is the limit for me. So girls, women, ladies, please, the sky is the limit. We have the potential, please utilize it. Of course, what part of this is through our socialization, but we must break that code of socialization, the primary socialization that makes us inhibited in doing what we need to do, and go for what is there for us, so that we can have equal platforms as women. So education of girls, especially in STEM, will enable us to crack the code, and all of us need to be a part of this process. So, what are our key take-homes for impact? Gender equality at all levels. We are looking at governance. Women, we must be in governance positions. Today in Uganda, we have women in governance. Of course, there's been a bit of scandals with some of us. Nonetheless, I think what we need to exhibit is the values, value-based kind of leadership and governance processes, so that we are not looked at as, having had opportunities and abused those opportunities. We also need women in leadership positions. There is a great potential. There's a lot of opportunities. We need women in management positions, as well as administrative positions, so that we can deliver, so that we can support. But also we actually need that support for us to succeed. Gentlemen in the house, please ensure support for our girls, ensure support for our youth, ensure support for the female folk, for the women in your homes, around your neighborhoods, in your communities. Yes, someone says we need male engagement. Indeed we do. So together we stand for gender equality and equity, and to crack the codes and enable women to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our keynote speaker. I think we have been educated. I haven't been educated the way it has been presented here. We thank you very much. And I think now the mindset is changing. Yeah, we need to think differently, to do things differently, and appreciate that indeed, as young as you are, you can still break the code. I think that one was the most important message for us. And another message was that there are quite a number of opportunities. Even that where we are ourselves, Mr. Vice Chancellor, we also want to be like you, even when we are not yet there. So we are looking at you and eyeing to your position. So, but all this is when we actually work together in unison and for a transformative agenda. If we can have that and have a network like we have started. There are quite a number of NGOs, keynote speaker here. There are more than 14. And they are engaged and they are all saying, no, Kaleke Kasome. The girl child should study. The girl child should progress in leadership. The girl child must also make decisions equally on the same tables with the men. We need them in the boardrooms. I will not take long. I think we have a presentation by Art of a Child, yes. And from that, we shall be having remarks from the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harriet. Art of a Child, in the interest of time. Thank you. We are ready when you are.
Computers by soft copy messages, radios by audios, televisions by visuals, help a mother get fully equipped for a better nation tomorrow. Technology. You took away the leaves that covered the girl child and brought the back clothes. Technology. You have covered the girl child. The woman of tomorrow is smarter. Oh, technology. Thank you for the reduction in the infant mortality rate. The scan machines, life supporting machines, incubators have been innovated. Great brains survived, great nations stand. Technology. The transformer of a peasant culture to a state house lady. Great is the innovation and setup of a mobile library van, Matatat, moving from slum to slum, helping the disadvantaged girl child get access to literature, storybooks, and different reading materials. Technology, technology. Welcome to our home.
Thank you very much, Art of a Child. That was a very beautiful poem. Allow me to invite our director for gender mainstreaming once again, Dr. Harriet, to invite our Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, MC. And the poem from Art of a Child. We are grateful you are challenging us. You have beautiful messages and the voices are beautiful. We thank you so much. I take the honor to invite the Vice Chancellor. You are most welcome. Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're already tired when we have not started. No, we are just warming up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you in your various capacity, and in particular, our keynote speaker who has just talked to us. I'm not a vice chancellor. But some of you will be at the mind and say, that's vice chancellor. I'm not a vice chancellor, but I'm aspiring to be there. You have heard what the director said? The director said they want to be like the vice chancellor, so we are aspiring to be the vice chancellor. But for today, I'm only representing the vice chancellor because of various engagements has not been able to be with us here. So I want to recognize all of you in your various capacity. And as I said, it has been an honor for us to host this occasion. The national celebration, I think, took place on the 8th. And all of you went to Kirora. How many of you know where Kirora is? Especially this side. How many of you know where Kirora district is? I don't see the hand. What is the problem? All right, it's me who doesn't know how to pronounce it. So I want to welcome you from Kirora because that was the day which was meant for the national celebration on the 8th of March. This one we are doing it is post, as you can see, post. That means after. Because we could not participate, because our students, some of them are here, they were out in the field trying to do part of what we require them to do in order to get their various academic qualification. So we had to postpone. You have seen what the people of performing arts have done. These are our students. So I want to encourage all of you to make sure you work hard. Join us. Kyambogo is one of the public universities in Uganda. I think it is the second largest, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of numbers. We have almost 60,000 plus students. About 30,000 here. Then we have what we call affiliated institution, the one which is outside Kyambogo here. So we offer very many courses. You have heard what the keynote speaker said. We have science, we have engineering, we have education, we have arts and humanities, we have social sciences, we have agriculture, we have art and industrial design, we have school of vocational studies, and we have special needs, and many others are still in a pipeline being formed. So regarding the theme for today, I think you have heard the keynote speaker talking. We have female students here who are doing engineering. They are civil engineers. If you are here, can you stand up? These students who are female who are doing engineering in Kyambogo here. Are you there? So I think they can share with you their experience. They were also like some of you. So if you only decide to say you want to be a nurse, you remain a nurse. But if you decide to be an engineer, I think it is possible. Because these people who have come here, I'm sure they have competed with everybody else. Did they give you 1.5? I'm sure they came on their own merit. But we have provided what we call supportive environment to make sure they study and finish their studies. We have 12 faculties here. I think about 4 of them are headed by female. The deans. We have the dean of Faculty of Engineering. She's a lady. I think she's an engineer. We have the dean of Faculty of Arts and Humanities. She's a lady. We have the dean Faculty of Education. She's a lady. We have the dean School of Vocational Studies. She's a dean. I mean, she's a lady. So what can we do from this side to join these people? In top management, I think out of the 9 members, about 3 of them, they are female. I think the policy here is 30% of top managers should be female. We have already started implementing that. So I think now you can see the door is open. It's only you to adjust yourself, as they have said, to see how do you get there. But if you give up, we shall leave you there. You know, they said everybody for himself and then what? God for us all. But for us here, we only want to make a conducive environment so that it is possible for you to join that. The other thing, the director mainstreaming here is a lady. She's the one coordinating gender mainstreaming in this university. And I think she's the brain behind all of you coming here, together with the partners like Equal Opportunity, Minister of Gender and Labor and Social Development. She's the one who has been running around, and she's very pushy. She has been pushing me every day since Monday. Where are you? Come, let's go. When you were marching here, I was delayed. Somebody said, no, we are already waiting. So that's the kind of people we want. But people will support you. But if you show us that you cannot, then we leave you there. So in order to support all this drive, as he has mentioned it, the first policy we made here was the gender policy. The objectives are there. I want to give you 3 objectives which can support what he has talked or what the theme is about. There's an objective there about review and gender the curricula. A curricula is what we teach. That's why those ladies who stood up, they are able to come and do engineering, because we have made it gender sensitive. Not the one of those days where they said, women can no longer go there. No, we have done that. The second one which we have done is to mainstream gender research and innovation. What are we talking about? We are talking about innovation. What is innovation? So our policy, the second one, which is very strong and very supportive, is a research and innovation policy, which makes sure that everybody is supported in your various capacity, whether a lady or gentleman. You have heard about the equity, the equality. So that is the few things we are doing to make sure that we support all of you. But of course, there's a saying that if you take a cow to drink water, you don't push it to drink the water. Some of you have decided to say, if it is science, if it is technology, if it is engineering, if it is math, leave it for those other ones. So there we don't force you. But those guys who have accepted to do it, we'll want to make sure that we support you. You see in the presentation, they talk about affirmative action. What can we do deliberately to make sure that we support you to come and study engineering? What can we do to make you study science? What can we do to make you study mathematics? The keynote speaker said, they said mathematics is very hard for ladies. We have the same head. Why is your head not able to do mathematics? You know what they call gray matter in the brain there? We may all have the same gray matter. So why should we say now, for us, our head cannot accommodate mathematics? I want to give you another example. Our colleagues here, including Imam, you excuse me, we all drink somehow. And then there are ladies here who go for Bond 7. Bond 7 is one of the hardest drink. But there are guys who drink it. Ladies. And they cannot get drunk. So if you can go for Bond 7, why can't you do mathematics? Why can't you do engineering? Huh? So I think sometimes we just decided to give up so easily. But if you give up, that's your problem. Don't cry. You have heard the keynote speaker saying, she work. She decide what to do with her money. But many of you want to be given. I teach students, I tell them, it is better you go and work. Even if you get 300,000, you will be very proud about it. You can sit and budget how to use the 300,000. Then the 1 million, somebody is giving you with a lot of words. You know, there are people who give you with string attached. He has talked about it. So do you want to be given, and every time you hear words, you will not enjoy that money. But your 300,000, you will go sit somewhere. If you decide to go for, what do we call it? You go to the beach, just to go and see the breeze there. You will feel so happy. But somebody is giving you 1 million, then they will come and demand for accountability up to the dot. What do you do? What did you do with the money? I just gave you money yesterday. Somebody talked about the one they leave on the table. There are guys who will come and ask, I left 50,000 on the table here. What did you do with it? And that is a potential source of quarrel. They will even beat you. Do you want to be beaten? You're not a cow. Even a cow these days, the animal activist says, you should not beat this animal. If animal have rights, so why should you be the one to always be beaten? You get me? So I think this is an opportunity, especially for the young people. Look at the opportunity which is there. See who are the role model. Because you have to admire somebody. I want to be like so and so when I grow up. Or when I grow up. But if you don't have, you don't have that ambition, you're going to remain like that. You remember the financial literacy which they said here? Said, for us, our parents have been poor. And you will remain poor. But the people work hard to be where they are. Meaning you must decide where you want to be. We are responsible for our own destiny. But there are people who will always be there to lift us up. They can help you to move. So this is a great opportunity for us. There are many things outside the stall there which are being exhibited, and they are directly made by women. The few men are there to support those ladies, because they also say behind, this time I want to reverse it. They always say behind every successful man there's what? But I think this time it is the other way around. Behind every woman innovator, maybe there's a man. Not so. Because those innovations we have looked through, they are basically women. If I'm telling lies, he will correct me. And they are very good at savings. For us men, when we get money, we get excited. I don't know what excites us. We go and blow our money. But there are times, these women, they will not even show you they have money. But they have money. But except that, sometimes they are very mean. Not in the sense that being a miser. There's a difference. Because a miser will not want to spend. But these people will keep their money for a rainy day. There are times they are the one who save situations. You find men get excited after they have got their money, they blow it, you don't know what they have done with it. But these women keep their money, then there are times they are the one who bail out the what? The homes. So this is a lesson which I think all of us need to learn. And then we make sure we support the ladies, especially the young ones. Many of us have grown. We were supported. But there are young ones here who still need a lot of support. And then most of these people you have heard, they have succeeded. Let me use that word. They did not get it on a silver plate. They work. They used to look for firewood. How many of you have gone to look for firewood in the forest? Those ones, I'm not sure. How many of you can carry water on your head in a pot? Not a jerrycan, a pot. Huh? Hey, when you hear a pot, then you say, you mean this one? Also people use it. But people are using it somewhere. So some of these women you see here, they have gone through those life. It was not on a silver plate. They have worked hard to be where they are. And I think this is the message to all of you, that you will not sit and wait for it in a silver plate. You need to work. And people, when they see you hard working, they will support you. But when they see you lazy, you don't want to work, they will also leave you there. So as Kyambogo University, we feel very proud for you to honor our invitation, for all that you have done to contribute to the success of today and then tomorrow. And I think in the future, we shall also still work together to see how do we make it like an annual event. Last year, some of you may be, what do we call it? Up to the social media. Last year we organized something here called a STEAM festival. You know STEAM? This is the thing which comes when you boil water. You know it? So we had a STEAM festival here, and it was a lady who came out with the idea. The STEAM, S was standing for science, T was technology, E was engineering, then A was agriculture, then M was mathematics. We are planning for the same in the next 2 months. So we still invite all of you to be on the lookout. When you see the call for participation for the STEAM festival, which is going to be somewhere around May there, we still expect you to come and see what we are doing as this institution to support this country called Uganda. We are the one going to make this country, nobody else. I know many of us here, you want shortcut, you want to go to Middle East, to be a maid, to be a driver, to be a security guard, when there's a lot of opportunity here. And you have seen how those guys are suffering. Some of them are our sisters, some of them are our brothers. They have degrees. So do you want to be like that? I don't think we should cheapen ourselves like that. There's nothing in this world which is for free. Even America and Europe, where they say life is easy there. Life is not easy there. Those guys really suffer. Do we have winter here? There's no winter here. When you go to those countries with winter, I think it has just, maybe we have just got out of winter. But that's the life which is so hard. I think it is better to have the heat of the sun than to have winter. Because the winter, if you don't prepare, you will freeze. Yes, it is cold. There are times it goes minus, I don't know what, below zero. So if you are not prepared, you just find you can freeze. But this heat, you can sweat. You go and look for water to bathe. And that's it, life goes on. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I don't want to be in a rally. You know, some of us, when we start talking, we can talk forever and ever. But I think it has been good for me to stand in for the Vice Chancellor to welcome all of you here. And we wish we are going to have a very fruitful engagement for today and tomorrow. And then we see what next to happen. So with this, I don't know whether you want me now to say we declare this function officially open. So we are now free. We are welcome you here and do anything as long as it is not criminal. Because if it is criminal, these guys are also here waiting. You know, there are guys whose job are to see who are disrupting law and order here. They are there. So as long as you do what brought us here, we interact, we network, I think we shall be very happy with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor. I didn't know people know gender. You know, they know, sometimes they don't want us to know that they know it. They will always, the stereotypes we talked about. But now I know that our Vice Chancellor is aware. Two key things I want to let members know, and you, VC, is about our curriculum, and to encourage you that everyone can do it. I had an activity to engender the university curriculum. I looked around other social scientists to do to generate guidelines for engendering the curriculums, but could not get. And I'm happy to tell you that this is a mathematician who has engendered, who has come up with guidelines of teaching and learning and addressing issues of gender and equity. So the guidelines are available for all faculties in the university, and very soon we shall be launching them. I also would like to tell you that we've got facilitation to do to engendering research and training. It is available now. I think from this we shall embark on that also in April. So we are going to be letting the academic staff know and our students that those two activities have been completed, awaiting implementation, actualizing them. So with that note, I would like to inform you that we have a lunch. I know we are hungry. I'm also hungry. But we are waiting for the service provider who is about to arrive. Let's wait a bit. I take you.
Thank you very much, Director, Dr. Harriet. With such good news, I think we are now approaching the tail end of our program. We are scheduled to be having panel discussions, which will definitely be happening in a few. So as we prepare for those, I understand that students have been seated for long. So we've had a keynote address, we've had the Vice Chancellor's address. My dears, it's been long since we last had an engagement. That was very early in the morning. So now that we've had a keynote address and we've had the Vice Chancellor's speech and the speech about financial inclusion, have your views changed about innovations for gender equality?
Especially, we had, it was actually going to be a serious debate between the boys who were from Kyambogo College. They were saying that girls are not supposed to be better than. So to me, I think, according to what we've heard from the Vice Chancellor and from the keynote address, we are trying to change our minds, right? And I'm going to challenge the student from Nabisunsa, one of you, and one from Kyambogo College. I need a male and a female. One of you is going to give me what we call a summary of what you've learned. At random, I'm going to choose at random. So I don't know whether you've been sleeping. And to you guys who are sleeping, please, I know you're hungry, but it's better we chill, right? So I'm going to choose, I think I should choose from advanced. And the lady from, she's called Abasa Gloria. Please summarize for what you've understood from the CEO. Do you want to be like her? Have you been, do you want also to start up a foundation? Or what is your say under the gender equity? Thanks.
So meanwhile, let me pick the gent. Smile, 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 smile at me, gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you all. As she said, I'm Abasa Gloria. I am in Senior 6, offering History, Economics, and Literature. So from the theme, Cracking the Code, Innovation for a Gender Eco Future. Our keynote speakers have emphasized the point of equality among both genders. And I think that what they say is true, but I kind of, what they say is true, yes, and everyone should have an equal opportunity, both the males and the females. And when all institutions, when everyone is given that chance to be given opportunities to make their futures better, that's how we shall promote gender equal future.
Thank you so much. Let's have the male and we see whether we are trying to do it here. Whether she will beat you or you will beat her.
Good afternoon to you all. Called Emmanuel Gabriano from Kyambogo College School. Personally, my opinion is that according to the speech of their CEO, I would not like to go far from what she has said, that women cannot really go beyond men. But to me, it's like women can also go beyond through women emancipation. Women emancipation simply means that you can empower women to do what men can do. For example, we have heard of women heading big organizations. Women are heading men in organizations such as in UNESCO, women are heading the organization. So what I'm trying to say is that women can really do what men can do. So I would not like to say that women can't go beyond men. They are all equal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those were very good ideas.
And thank you very much for being attentive. And it's at this moment I invite the moderator of the discussions. And she's going to invite her people who are going to be on the... Madam, you're highly welcome. Thank you.
Let us give her a round of applause as she comes.
Thank you so much, the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University and our key guest speaker. Cracking the Code, Innovation for a Gender Equal Future. The future has to be fought for. That is one point from our keynote address. We need liberation from these social constructions, the way society perceives us, the way the impact we receive from society. I think we need to focus on it. Another keynote I got is that we need to think for our money. No one should come and say you have to use your money like this, as we ladies. Learning unlearning and relearning should be in our minds always. Discussing things for you, about you, and for you in your absence. Yes, without you, in your absence, the family sits, they gather, and sometimes even they tend to chase away the women, and they say, we, the men, we have to discuss and also make some kind of demands on behalf of our daughter. It is something we need to look at. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to a panel discussion that is going to discuss and highlight some of the issues that have been pointed out with by the Vice Chancellor and the keynote speaker. We have two panel discussions, two panels, and these will take around not more than 20 minutes. Let's have our first panel. We shall have Miss Karen Oroma from Art for a Child. I'll humbly request the Vice Chancellor and the keynote speaker to have your seats back as we welcome our panel discussants.
Let us give them a round of applause. Some of you are not clapping. You not eat our food.
Miss Karen Aroma, please take your seat if you are here. We have Miss Hope Nankunda. Please take your seat. Miss Hope Nankunda is representing Raising Teenagers Uganda. We have Arise, Miss Joweria Namulondo from Arise. Then the last one is Babazi Natasha Alupo. Yeah, I love the vibe. I love the vibe. Babazi Natasha is the speech prefect from Nabisunsa, and she's doing PEM stroke ICT.
Kyambogo College, you're not clapping.
We should really clap for these people. Yes, do we have the representative from Arise the Child? Art of the Child, sorry. So I'll allow my panel to sit. I'll moderate from here. So I'll start from my left. Hope we are ready. Yes, my left, this side. So please just give us a brief about you and the organization. Then we move.
Good afternoon, everyone. To my Muslim community, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakat.
Wow.
My name is Joweria Namulondo. I work with an organization called iRise Institute East Africa. I work as a programs officer for leadership development. And iRise Institute East Africa is an NGO, so we mainly work in the area of menstrual health and sexual reproductive health and rights. We work with young girls and young women, especially those in schools. We work in Jinja, we work in Kabale, we work in Kumi, Soroti, and Rochiga district. So we have the Period Equality Network, and some of the organizations here are part of the Period Equality Network, like Hope's organization. So I'm delighted to be part of this amazing panel. Thank you.
To you, Hope.
Thank you. My name is Hope Nankunda. I lead a team at Raising Teenagers Uganda. Raising teenagers mainly works to keep young people in school, both boys and girls. That's why we call it teenagers, so that they are able to complete school and achieve their full potential. But mainly, we work to ensure that girls do not become victims of child marriage. I also coordinate the Girls Not Brides Uganda National Alliance in the Central Region, where we have about 53 organizations out of the 106 member organizations of the Alliance. So we are happy to be here, and I'm happy to see some of the Girls Not Brides members in the room and many outside in Exhibition Center. And we look forward to meeting young people and talking to you and sharing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope Tumbabazi. Thanks for being part of the powerful panel, Super Women.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mbabazi Natasha Alupo. I am the speech prefect of Nabisunsa Girls School, also a debater and the general secretary of the debate club of Nabisunsa Girls School, the editor, politics, in the writers club of Nabisunsa Girls School. I am the executive member of the ICT club of Nabisunsa Girls School, and I do PEM stroke ICT. Thank you.
I love the CV. Ladies, are you there? Are you following the CV? At high school, just high school, and she has that. Huh? You can imagine, the leadership is powerful. The future for women is great. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namazi Benita Gloria, and I am a mentor with Art of a Child Limited. Art of a Child exists to unlock the potential of children through arts education and modern literacy skills. In Art of a Child, we have programs like Glow Clubs, we have Healthy Glow programs, we have the Girl Boss programs, we also have the Lit Club program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, also this question will go across to all the panelists. We are speaking about cracking the code and also looking at how we are going to bridge the gender digital divide. I'll start with my Hajat. Please unlock to the audience, what do you understand when we say the digital gap? Yes.
Thank you so much, moderator. So for me, from my own perspective, the gender digital divide or the gender digital gap is basically that vacuum or the space between men and women, boys and girls when it comes to access and use of ICT or technology. Given the fact that the technological advancement of our world right now, everything has gone digital and everything is using ICT right now compared to how we were like a century or even a decade ago. So you realize that since everything is using digital, there is that space. You see that women and girls are somehow being left behind when it comes to accessing and using these digital facilities. When you talk about, for example, even using just a mere phone, if you are to go to the UBOS statistics, you realize that men own phones compared to women, especially in rural areas. When we go to, for example, even just in your own schools, when you go to the computer laboratory, you see that in most times it's actually boys who are, like for them, they are doing much best. They really want to go up there and, you know, play games, learn how to use computer, do everything. But for the girl child, there is some laxity, like not because they want to, but because of circumstances beyond their control. Sometimes it's the vulnerability that they already have for being girls. You know, there are extra factors that are limiting girls and women to be able to access equally the digital services just like men. Even the gentleman from from housing finance really mentioned that men are overly using financial digital services compared to women. It's not that women do not want or women do not have finances that they would want to use these services. It's because the accessibility and availability is not, it's not balanced when it comes to men and women. So I think as actors in the room here, we have really a big thing to play when it comes to bridging this gap. I know we can all play a role in our own capacities, right from schools, right from like organizations, institutions of learning, and even the government. So that's what I think. Thank
Okay,
you.
Sam, I'm still with you, Hajat. Yes, you've talked about your menstrual health, you're dealing menstrual health. I believe that you've worked with the communities and you've really realized that we really have that problem, the digital gap. Yes, how have you found it, and what kind of recommendations can you give? Can you highlight some of the key areas you feel that really in your work in communities, there are some key points where you highlight and say, we found the gap here, and what kind of the 2 recommendations you can provide?
From the menstrual health perspective, from the work we are doing as an organization, we've somehow taken the path of leveraging on the digital technologies to be able to spread information about menstrual health and sexual reproductive health and rights among young people like you. And, you know, of course, there is emerging new technologies. I know that some of us, for example, are using period apps to track our periods. We are using, you know, Google to find out information about our periods, or we are using, you know, those other technologies to ensure that we have the information. But sometimes, one thing we've realized is that the information somehow is not accurate and not quality. There is need for quality control, especially when it comes to which information that is being accessed. Is it right information? Isn't it misleading the young people? And is it really solving tailored, you know, problems that the young people are facing? I'll give an example. For example, in communities we work in, they are really rural communities for sure, and you know, like young people have not been able maybe to access, you know, such technologies like using an app to track their periods, or they haven't, you know, they don't know how to use a computer. So basically for us, we as an organization, we are somehow still blending the digital technologies as well as the traditional means of, you know, conveying this menstrual health education to children, because some of them do not have access to, you know, digital facilities. So we still go to schools and conduct the one-on-one sessions. We are in here to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. And also when it comes to accessing menstrual products, I know that maybe us in the rooms might be privileged that we are able to access products that we want. Maybe you can have a pad, your parents can buy for you a pad. If you're a woman, you can maybe afford it yourself. But we have our sisters in the rural areas that are vulnerable and do not have that privilege. And so they are using leaves, they are using, you know, rudimentary methods to manage their periods, which is really not good. It affects their reproductive health. You know, such facilities are really not healthy, they are not clean. So as much as we are trying to bridge the digital gender divide in access to menstrual health education and products, we don't have to leave the other, you know, category of people who have not yet been able to access such services. So we have to blend the digital as well as the traditional means of, you know, providing this information and services. That's one major recommendation that I would make. Maybe the other is that I think I would want to echo, what the ED from Fawe mentioned. You know, so education for girls as one of the means of, you know, bridging this gap and ensuring that girls come on board just like boys, because I think education is the key and everything. Even when we are talking about menstrual health, it is still part of education. So that's what I can mention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To you, Hope, please dissect your understanding of digital divide to this audience.
Thank you so much, moderator. I don't know if mine is going to be very, very different from Joeria. We may end up repeating ourselves, but still, it doesn't change a lot. Digital gap, it's there, it's evident. We have many people unable to access information that lately is being shared online. We have many young people unable to participate in our different events because they don't have access to technology. Even some of the young people who have access to gadgets and technology may not have the necessary information they need. Sometimes you find you have opportunities with you. You have the smartphone your father has provided, maybe your daddy, your mommy. This is for the people in the room. Of course, when I get to talk to the people up country, it's definitely a different story. But for those who have access, the challenge we have is that we have been availed with the smartphones, but sometimes we have a challenge with how well we can actually benefit with the smartphones we have within our means. Opportunities are present, opportunities are there every day, but remember also when it comes to digital, it also comes with choices. Maybe the challenge would be, what are the choices of young people? If a young person received a gadget, what will they run for? What are they looking for? Maybe they want to go to TikTok, to dance a bit and share videos and see how many likes they have. If they don't have very many, they'll even get stigmatized and they start comparing themselves with the others who have so many. We have had issues of mental health as a result of our access to internet. We have had people living wrong lives on Instagram, and some young people will actually even fall sick because they posted something and they didn't get enough likes like the friends did. So you find that while we are fronting this important information, we also have a lot of work ahead of us to actually sensitize young people and say we can use the access we have or the gadgets we have in a best way possible to change ourselves, to change our lives, to also benefit from the available opportunities. But also, if we don't, we are likely to fall victims of even online gender-based violence. We've had so many young people being sexually abused online. They are dealing with mental health. They have issues to deal with. They are hiding from reality. They don't even want to talk about it. But here we are. So while the theme is talking about innovation and access to technology, we are also mindful as civil society, but also as educators, that for the young people who have a lot of access to this kind of technology, can we be intentional and use it right so that we benefit from what is available to us? There are so many opportunities online. There are so many things you can learn. There are actually a lot of things you can teach yourself through YouTube, but sometimes priorities are not the same like we would expect them to be. So when we talk about the digital gap, we also want to be mindful of information on what benefits young people and how well they can actually make use of that information to make their lives better. And also, I think lastly, to encourage young people or to know that access to these gadgets should work for your advantage, not to your disadvantage. If you have access, anyone listening, those in the room and those following online, I think let us be intentional about accessing information that is beneficial for us. And that comes with setting priorities. I think one of the speakers said it before, that when you ask a rich person and a poor person why they are rich and why they are not rich, you must have had the response. So at the end of the day, it is within us as individuals, to make the choices we need to better our lives. And even when you can't make those choices yourself, you also have the chance to look out for people who can actually help you and be able to make those informed choices. But above all, we can actually use the available advantages that comes with technology to better ourselves and the society.
Thank you, Hope, for that comprehensive submission. Thank you so much. Yes, Mbabazi. Yes, I would like to ask. At school, are you allowed to use phones?
We are allowed to use laptops.
Okay.
Because phones are a bit small, so they do not want it to be uncontrollable. So they make us use laptops so that they're able to observe us while using them, so that we don't use them for the wrong purposes.
Okay, so while using those laptops, have you observed some kind of inequalities to access when it comes to gender, boys and girls?
Well, I guess it's true that there's been a failure in access. In Nabisunsa, it may not be as prominent because we are only girls. But I've been to a mixed school as well, and I noticed have a certain narrative that has been grown up in society that girls are not supposed to use technology or are not as advanced as boys to be able to handle technology. So let me give you an example, right? So I was in the ICT class because we would choose subjects. So out of 120 people in the ICT class, only 20 were girls and 100 were boys. And I was one of those girls. So we used to enter a class and we would sit and you would basically see only boys. And the major factor is because, all of us didn't have hair. You would barely tell the difference between a boy and a girl. And when you went out and you asked the rest of the girls why they didn't take our subject, they would say, I can't do that. I can't handle it. I can't manage ICT. So the few girls who had the courage to actually take up this subject still were hindered by the boys, because the boys were always, giving answers and showing that they knew more than us. So some of them were demoralized and left the class. But we still remained a good number of us, right? And even in the end, the girls who remained still performed better than the boys, or even the same. We all did well because we refused to accept the narrative in society that said that a girl cannot use technology, or a girl cannot access technology, or cannot use technology to better herself. So that's basically.
Okay, thank you, Mbabazi. Back to you, Hope. As a person who is working hard to ensure that you ensure that boys and girls stay in school. You've heard what Mbabazi said, that they have that issue of imbalance and inequality when it comes to taking up courses or subjects. And also, this is brought up by the issue of maybe economic inability to access some of the ICT gadgets. So what is your take on that?
Thank you so much. When it comes to school settings and what children should take and what boys should take and what girls should take, for me, as an individual and as a parent, I always encourage conversations between parents and their children, especially because sometimes we tend to think that particular subjects are specifically for boys. So that means that me, who has given birth to 3 daughters, those key issues that are meant for boys can never get into my family. And I refuse. I say no. Because what boys can do in school, those subjects, even girls can do. So it still comes to getting the girls and the boys into conversations, one, through career guidance, but also for institutions to invest in filling up their laboratories or what is required in the school that takes care of the needs of the children. For me, I do not want to believe that boys should have more advantage because they are boys, and girls should stay in this kind of category because they are girls. For me, what I want to stand for, and what I encourage all parents to get involved into, is that follow up with your child, know their strengths and their weaknesses, and move in line with the school to know that your child is placed in the right position, and follow up to see if actually, if this child is doing, for example, chemistry, are they having access to the gadgets that they need? If they are not in position to have them, then that should be the work of the school and the PTA. Because the reason why we have parents-teacher associations is to discuss what is missing in school and see if the government has given 7 computers, parents could add on 15. So it's still about working in partnership. Parents being able to work in collaboration with the teaching or administration of the school to ensure that both girls and boys have access to what they need to excel in school.
Thank you so much, Hope. Yes, we've had a poem here from Art of a Child, and they talked about bringing literacy, access to information, books, to communities, especially in slums. I felt it's a very good innovation. What prompted you to handle this?
Thank you, moderator. Most of us live in communities that are less privileged, and as a basic right, all children deserve education. So we as an organization, we thought of these vulnerable children. They are smart children, but unfortunately they are not in school. So we thought of how can we get them in school without really getting them into the school that we all know. Because we could have a group of children studying under maybe a tree, and that is a school. Not necessarily the fancy buildings and the good infrastructures in schools. So we thought that these children really need our services and our programs, and being that they are smart and they deserve this education because it's their basic right, it felt that it's a must for us to do it for the good of us as the organization and also for the good of the community.
Okay, do you have any other innovation apart from that?
Yes. When we go to the communities, the children study, and after that we put them onto scholarships in schools now that we all know the schools. So we put them onto scholarship. We also let these children explore the technology bit of it. For example, the poem that was recited here, we gave the children the chance to come up with the ideas, other than us, the organization or the mentors, coming up with the poem and telling the children, recite this. So we gave them the prompts, they thought about it, and we polished the poem together, and we brought our brains together, and that's what we produced. Okay. So in other words, we let them think on their own, and then we just do the polishing.
Okay, thank you so much. That is really, really wonderful. So I would like my panel to have that key point that you would like the audience to pocket as they go back, as per the theme of today.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to encourage the boys and the girls, if there is an opportunity, regardless of what it is, go into that space. If you're a girl and the space is for boys, get into the space and perform to your best. Don't be scared because they are boys, because they are your brothers, so they are like you. Get into that space and beat them at their game.
Thank you. Babazi?
So as a girl, for everyone out there, I would like to encourage the girls to take on the opportunities that different organizations have provided for us to bridge the gap between the boy child and the girl child. Girls should not be scared. They should remove the narrative in society that a girl has to do particular things. They should put it out of their brains and take on these opportunities in order to allow them to be favorably competitive with the boy child in this society. So we should not think about dominating the boys, no, but we should think about equality, because if we think about dominating, then we are doing the same thing that they did, right? So which will be wrong, because boys equally deserve a say. So what we should do is to fight for equality, where boys and girls can favorably compete in this economy and in the world that's evolving in technology. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mine to the young people in the room is that technology presents us with a lot of opportunities. And we have the choices within us. So whichever access you have to a computer, to a laptop, to a phone, make a decision to use it positively. You can choose to look out for anything you want to be. If you want to be a doctor, you want to be a lawyer, you want to be an artist, you want to be anything. There are so many things that can guide you even when you are online. Sometimes I had students who are even ahead of teachers because they use their gadgets to even learn faster during the holidays. What do you do when you have time and when you have access to the phones that we have? So smartphones should not be used to do anything that doesn't add value to us, but they should be used to make us become better at anything that we do. And last but not least, may you reach out to another person who needs an opportunity. If you have access, always make it a point to help another person who doesn't have the same opportunity like you do. And because I say this, just because I know someone helped me get where I am, we all rise by lifting others. So if you have never lifted anyone in your life, it doesn't matter how old you are. Even young people at 7 are making a difference. Challenge yourself so that later in life you look back at where you have come from and you will be proud of yourself. You have the means, you can do it. Thank you.
Joeria, in a minute.
Maybe I first wanted to ask young people in the room, do you have social media accounts? Facebook, Twitter, TikTok? Yeah, that's very good. Now that's one step. You need to realize that there are people out there earning through social media. They are earning even more than us. They are earning millions and millions as influencers. So for me, I am just going to encourage young people to use their social media accounts specifically productively. You should aim at growing your social media accounts in a very positive way so that by the time you're out and maybe you're joining campus, you're already earning from it. Because I know so many people who are earning from it. So you should really consider that as an alternative of maybe self-employment. You should really build your social media. I really implore you to do so. And to the gatekeepers, for me, I just want us to break the biases and also demystify the different, the negative social norms that are hindering girls from being able to be equal to boys when accessing digital technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my panel. A big applause to these super ladies as they take their seats. Yes, we need to embrace technology. We need to embrace science. We need to embrace the digital movement. But we also need to take note that as we use it, we shouldn't misuse it, because there are so many repercussions. We've seen cyberbullying, we've seen online sexual harassment. So let's take note of that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome my second panel. We shall take also 20 minutes. I call upon Miss Lucky Joanita Juliet. She's the Vice President of Kyambogo Debate Society. Please come and take your seat. The second discussant, Miss Immaculate Nakamya from Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. Please come and take your seat. And Miss Nakaborobina Seruga, the Acting Director, Graduate Studies, Research and Enterprise from Uganda Matters University. Since we have 3 panelists, I may take also my seat. Are you sure? Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second panel. I'll start from my left. Please yourself. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. You're most welcome to Kyambogo University. My name is Lake Joanita Juliet, Deputy, or you could say Vice President, Kyambogo Debate Society. I am also Deputy CEO, Environmental Hub Uganda, and I pursue a Bachelor's of Environmental Science, Technology and Management here. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Yes, the microphone is there. Miss Immaculate.
Thank you very much. I'm called Immaculate Nakamya. I work with the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology for the last 14 years. My work is to coordinate science, technology, and innovation policies, and also monitor. Have I missed anything? Can I go back? Okay, I'm called Immaculate Nakamya from the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. At the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, where I've worked for the last 14 years, I lead the formulation and implementation of science, technology, and innovation policies, as well as coordinating, monitoring, and evaluating them. Also, I'm the founding member of the Gender Equity in Research Alliance, and that Gender Equity in Research Alliance is geared towards ensuring that women's research products translate into tangible, commercial products. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robin Anakabaseruga, PhD, Acting Director for the Directorate of Graduate Studies, Research and Enterprise at Uganda Matters University. You're all welcome.
Thank you. I'll start with you. Yes, we talk about research and academia. Do we really have enough? Have we done enough in terms of academia when it comes to research on gender and the digital gap?
Well, certain questions can depend on who is asking and who is answering. But if you asked me whether we've done enough, the question is, what is enough? You know, what is enough? And that question too can have varied responses. You'll forgive that sometimes I fail to get answers myself. I answer as I'm asking because of my background in philosophy. But I cannot say that we have done enough because we have so many challenges which are still bothering us. So the answer to me is no.
Okay, where are those areas that you feel that we really need to pull our stockings when it comes to research, research in that particular area?
Well, there are so many areas. But if I can contextualize it to the gender question that we are dealing with right now, I think for me, my biggest challenge is the fact that we are still using information that is dictated from the West. And when we contribute knowledge to existing literature, it is still underrated. And it is the case, I was proud to see a lady from Nabisunsa here, an old girl from Nabisunsa myself, with such vigor as she's talking. But now the question is she going to continue to also contribute to knowledge? The biggest gap is for us to engage in knowledge contribution. I think we have so much epistemic injustices, and most of them are self-imposed, if I might say, because many opportunities are open. But we still have very few people engaging. For example, in higher education, few women engage past the bachelor's degree. And of course, science and technology, very few go there still. So we still need more people, both men and women, to engage in knowledge generation and also to challenge the existing that are disfavoring our continent. Thank you.
I'll finalize with you on this question. Yes, I was looking at some of the different publications when it comes to gender digital divide in Uganda, and what has so far what the academia has so far done to ensure we bridge this gap. One key highlight came that we still have a challenge on how we can utilize our research to engage the community. What is your partake on this, and what recommendation are you giving?
What I can say is that so happens that we rise in a foreign language. Now, most of the problems that researchers deal with they are supposed to be used by someone who does not know these technical jargons that we are using when we are theorizing. Very many people have completed their PhDs, research projects have produced reports, but these are in foreign language, and we don't have interpretation. Can you imagine, I was reading some piece of literature, and the person who was analyzing it was saying that one book that has been translated over and over is the Bible. Very few theories, development theories have been translated. And yet those countries that we look up to that are developed, they are using their local languages. So for me, I think the fact that we are using a foreign language and we don't have competency in translating those theories into consumable literature for wananchi, I think for me that is the biggest challenge. And the fact that even the jargons that we use, we just borrow them. They are in English, but even those which are in English, some of them have their etymology from Latin, French, Greek. So, I mean, for the students who are learning science, you try and ask yourself some of the concepts that you're using when you're learning. If you go back to your grandparents, great-great-grandparents, because some grandparents are really learned, and you try to explain to them what you do in a laboratory, what words are you going to use without using the English or whatever terms that you're using in your textbooks?
Thank you so much. Actually, you've hinted on the language. Uganda is a multilingualistic, and we have over 50 languages. Imagine, with our level of illiteracy or understanding of English, I think it's something we need to know. And when you look around most of the materials, we have them in English. I think it's something we need to look at as the academia. We have a lot in our books, very rich, but how push it to the community? And the language, I think, is something we need to look at as the academia as we penetrate communities. Thank you so much, Robina.
You're
Back to
welcome.
you, Immaculate. You talked about policies regarding innovation, science, and technologies. Yes, in my recent reading, I looked at, we said Uganda will have the policies that streamline gender, but we have a challenge that these policies, they don't specify or highlight when it comes to the gender digital gap. So what do you say about this? And what is your take on this?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to be realistic at this point. Over all the years, since after we were colonized, we've been using kind of a curriculum that is British-based. And so in that, we are trained to be, how is it done, how is it done, and how is it done. So when you start saying the policies don't streamline, or don't specify the gender digital gap, let us first move from there. Let us leave the statistics aside, ignore all those. Just have a mindset change of the population you have as female and male. Are those people you have, are they ready to really translate their knowledge and ideas? You're imparting them for how many years? From nursery to university, those are about 19 years or plus. And then someone finishes university and we are discussing the digital gap. And that person cannot really, by themselves as they are, they cannot translate their knowledge into something that they can put out there for their own benefit. Are you getting me? So for me as a policy analyst, I gave up on statistics. Thank you. In Parliament by 2021, we had 35% female representation. There was no effect on ground, nothing. Yes, we are in leadership somehow as women, but so what? Nothing. So as a mother, wherever you are, as a girl child, wherever you are, as any man, wherever you are, work towards ensuring, of course, you keep and by the way, I've noticed here, it's so much about like women. Also, the men need to be considered in this kind of thing, but more, this goes to the women more, or to the girls. Please, as a girl, as a woman, wherever you are, you have something in your head. Before we think about this education you're getting, of course, you're going to school, they are educating you. I underwent all that. Thank you. After university, what can you do? You look for a job. You don't find it, or you may find it. And when you get the job, I have done analysis. Out of 100% people who are employed, of course, most of, like I should say, 80%, we call it as economists, this guy's employment. They seem to be employed, but they're not actually employed. Their full potential is not put to full utilization. Are you getting me? So you and for you are lucky, you're not aged like me. By the way, I'm about to stand up so you see how I'm old. But for you who are still young, please, whatever idea comes to your head, put it into practice. Translate it into something you can actually put forward and say, you know, people, this is what I can do. So I'm not going to discuss things of digital, is it gender digital gap, what, gender what, parity. Thank you, the statistics look good. But what can those children actually do? Of recent, I have been, I've told you, I'm a science, technology, and innovation policy analyst. Of recent, I have appreciated the people who didn't go to school. Are you getting me? Because from day one, they are in Chikubo, they are doing something for themselves, and by there, you will never catch up. Those girls who started in Chikubo are better than you. So right now, the national policy problem we have is nothing theoretical, nothing linear, nothing reports, nothing. The policy problem we have as women is how do we translate ideas and knowledge into something we can use for our own good, for our benefit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Immaculate. I'll finalize with you on this question. Yes, you talked about the percentages, and actually, you reminded me of where some policies were put in place where you have to have at least equity when it comes to gender balance, and you realize when it comes to leadership. So I've realized that some governances, they just pinpoint on a woman. The men come and they realize that, we don't have a woman on board. And they just say, can we get any woman? That's when you realize there are 15 board members, 15 administrators or leaders with one woman. So then you realize, are really these policies working? It's something that we need to look at. So this is the question I have for you. What do you think should be done to activate these policies? Because it seems we are just making things to pass. As long as we have a woman there, they will not say that we have not implemented the policy.
Thank you very much, but I've already answered the question, okay? When you are hot, you attract, okay? Well, if there is that altar burning there, and people are in the cold, they will go to the altar so they can have some heat. As long as you have worked on yourself, we won't start discussing how many men are on the governance, is it bodyguard for Kyambogo University? How many women are doing this? No. The policies are there. We write them. They are very good, well published. But actually, what is on ground? What has been done? Much as you're saying, look, they can end up saying this. They can end up saying maybe they have a woman and all. Please stop looking for those things. You're getting lame. You're getting lame by looking for such things. I have recommended. I've written a personal recommendation. Let us base everything on ability, so that women can know that, okay, what a man can do, me too, I can do it. These things of 1.5 policies, women representation on the boards and all, the women themselves have got to work on themselves and show these men, you know what, we can do as you do. And starting from nursery, P1, up to university and higher levels of growth in life.
Thank you so much, Immaculate. I'll pass the mic to Lucky. Lucky, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes. In regards to your leadership as the Vice President of the Kyambogo Debate Society, as a lady, how have you found it?
Number one, it is still a great experience. And she spoke about an element of realizing your potential. So what I have always told my girls within the debate society, because obviously we are few, is the fact that you need to go ahead and carry out the element of self-actualization. Less, the boys are going to keep oppressing you and reminding you that, you know what, you cannot actually build a very good case compared to what I can do. When you go to a debate room, notice this. When you go to a debate room and say maybe you're having two kinds of teams, and one is an all-females team, and the other is an all-males team. The perception that the males always have and the biases that they tend to create within debate spaces is that for an event in which it's an all-males team, we are in position to sort of like predominate the females. Something which is, you know, sort of like keeping the ladies aside and making them withdraw from the aspect of debate. Number one, I'd like to say kudos to Mbabazi. I hope that you'll continue up with the process of debating. And we hope to see you in the Kyambogo Debate Society. I'll also go back to the element of translating knowledge into something tangible. Over time, we have seen that so many innovations, be it digital or manual or anything of the sort, have actually been done by our male counterparts. Why? Because in the minds of most females, there is still a bias towards themselves over the fact that I cannot do it. And that is why today, as Vice President of Kyambogo Debate Society, I'm only going to, and as a female, I'm only going to spread one message. As females, we need to self-actualize, lest we are going to remain the underdogs that the male counterparts have always posed us to be. It's not like I'm speaking against men, no. I'm not speaking against the males. I think that on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably give them a half of the 10. The male counterparts have, at some point, tried to go ahead and help us. But the problem has sort of been with us as the females. We still have that bias, and we're failing to actually go ahead and self-actualize. Cracking the code. You cannot crack the code when you've not self, sort of like actualized. A male counterpart could probably come and teach you an element of coding in Python, coding in, mention all those programming languages. But if you do not put effort of going ahead practice, it is not enough for you to actually rise up and, bring up that kind of balance, equality that we are ever, sort of spreading and using rhetorics over. So the gospel for today, self-actualize. That will be enough. The policies are on ground, all about your ability to go ahead and self-actualize. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll pass the mic to Immaculate. Yes, one thing that you would like the audience to pause.
Thank you very much. I will re-emphasize the issue of knowledge translation. Just I'm giving an example. For the last 14 years, I've been at the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. We do really call for proposals for research and development. And people who get these grants are very powerful scientists in our own understanding. Scientists who we know will bring really their knowledge out, and then we are able to commercialize and have these products competitive on the national market and even like global markets. But I can tell you, I can say from 2010 to now, we've given out over, let me estimate, over 200 projects. And as a policy analyst, I've seen that out of those 200 projects, I can count less than 10 projects that have gone onto the market and actually commercialized. So if you are having education and you're studying, no, education is good. Thank you. It is very good. First of all, it helps you through your growth cycle as you interact with the rest of the people around you, and also you're nurtured into a better citizen. But just to know that at the stage where you are right now, the age where you are, you can move this world. You can change, you can come up with your own innovations, you can do what the person we have been trusting to help us has done. So, I'm calling upon girls here, and I'm also going to use an example of my own son. My own son has come up with an invention of his own chapati prototype, a chapati. Are you getting me? So he is starting a chapati factory. And when you eat his chapati, I'm using an example of a chapati, which anyone can do. When you eat my son's chapati, even if you are in Kaberamide, you'll always call for it. So, right now, education, we are, by the way, I was expecting a question on how this education system we have has helped in bridging the gender parity gap. Yes, I was expecting that question. Just to know it is coming also from the other side where I took you from, the British curriculum we were following, where people were taught and educated to get a job. Now jobs don't expect them. Expect to have your own thing you can do, to have your own innovation and invention. So, I will end it here and say, you people, the national problem everyone should consider having now is not because of, it's not how women are being helped to be serious in life, to be prosperous, to be successful. Just know the government we have, and I'm not against it, I'm very supportive of the government. It is just starting to change from the British curriculum to a curriculum which is to our benefit, where now students are told, come with a laptop, do group work, discuss ideas. Are you getting it? It is just starting. The curriculum is just being changed, yes.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
Now, all along, our fathers, Dr. Kebirungi, he has a PhD, so she has a PhD, she wrote a good research book, but she has been disguised, it's called the disguised employment. Her full potential has never been realized. Okay? Thank you so much.
Doctor, have you heard this? Have you heard this? Yes, back to you. Yes, I would like to pass the microphone to the acting director. Yes, one thing that you will love the audience to pocket. Thank you.
I think I urge all young people that when you contribute any piece of knowledge, make sure that you communicate it widely. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A big hand clap to my panel. Yes, the few things that I've actually pointed out. One is that if you're contributing knowledge to the community, please publicize it widely. Yes, I'm a communications person and a journalist by profession, and I know how relevant this is. Please don't sit on your work. Don't sit on your knowledge. I have been interfacing with the researchers and scientists who feel like as long as they have they have publicized in journals, they have done their work. But there is still a long way to go when it comes to publishing and promoting and bringing that work to the community. There are so many impactful ideas, community benefiting ideas and innovations that are sitting in those publications that are in the journal. The journal reaches only the network, your network of researchers, but no one will understand that you've ever developed an app, you've ever developed a certain innovation that can actually help him in the village while farming, that can actually help him at his school while trying to impart knowledge to the students. So it is better. Most of researchers and scientists actually fear communication platforms. There is once I interacted with a researcher and said, I cannot engage with the media. Those people, the way they overturn our work and our words. Please, it's a matter of understanding and creating a rapport with the media. Let's embrace social media in a better way. They will have to also understand how we communicate. Please don't sit on your work. Let's publicize it widely. Another element is self-actualization. Let's understand ourselves before we move out there. Then translating knowledge into something tangible. Thank you for the panel that you have brought out these critical issues. And the last one, trying to translating our knowledge and content into the local languages that everyone can understand. Thank you so much. A big hand clap to also the moderator for managing these super ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Proskovia, for the very wonderful and grateful panel. And now we are going to allow questions from the audience. I'm requesting that our questions should be very precise and brief because we are going to have an entertainment from also School of Performing Arts. They are having, I think, a dance to give to us. Then we shall later have a debate from Kyambogo Debate Society. So to those who are having questions, kindly, you ask your question referring it to the person whom you want it to be sent to. Thank you.
So can we have those questions? Oh, there are none. Girls, you have questions? Kyambogo College, your time to shine. You have questions?
There is one here.
Where?
Thank you so much. My name is Roderick Muhumure. I'm a student at Kyambogo University. One, I wish to appreciate the panelists and more in particular, Lakeu Jawanita, and also the policymaker. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. There is a way our ideologies blend in such a way when it comes to woman emancipation. True, we can have these conferences, we can talk that women should be on the lead, but we shall not solve anything unless we choose to actually implement the girl child being on the lead. And the question is, to the organizers, would you, the next time, kindly incorporate a platform whereby the girl child can be able to exhibit what she can think of and what she can produce or to put on market, because I believe that's what will market the girl child. Having many legislators as women will not change anything if at all they have nothing to sell. So when you're organizing such a conference, please consider bringing on board the innovations that the girl child can have. Thank you.
We request that the questions be very short for the issue of time.
Thank you. My name is Gutabinji Mary Priska. I'm a student at Kyambogo University, pursuing a Bachelor of Engineering in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, and I'm the Vice President of the Kyambogo University Engineering Society, Mechanical Department. So there is something that sprung out for me from all the speakers, starting from Mr. Yunus, who talked about financial literacy. And I was inquiring, how are the speakers or the people who have presented to us going to be able to culminate the culture of reading in the minds of the young people, given the students who are here who are in primary, then the ones who are in secondary? Because we've come across books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. We've come across Smart Money Woman, Richest Man in Babylon. But how are we going to encourage the people to develop the love for reading? Because that's the only way we are going to acquire the knowledge that is going to help us manage our financial stability. Thank you.
We have a question.
I hope
from,
Doctor will answer to your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I don't know if it's a question or an inquiry, but posing it to the ED of FAWE. So, ladies were up there, like giving their views at the panel, and one of them said that if there is a space and it's for boys, I'm just inquiring as a student though, if there is a space and it is for boys, fill that gap, talking to us, the females. But then I wondered why she didn't make it two-sided, like, and then for boys, if there is a space and it's for girls, take that space. Then I'm asking, since this is an innovation for a gender equal future, why is it that most people are, okay, even outside, they're like, women can do what men can do, but very few say that men can do what women can do. So what's that thing that women can do that, okay, there are more men can do, like what man can do, woman can do. But just ask the women, like, are we kind of sort of inferior, or are we urging for what men can do? So men can do what we can.
Beautiful question. Shouldn't
Thank you so much. I've been really motivated to answer right away that question. I don't know your name. You see, there is how we've been raised up to think that men can do. Men are the ones who do. Okay? Actually, for us, when we were in school, we used to think science subjects were for boys. For us, were for HGD, HDG, things like that. So it's because of such a way of how things have been perceived, that ideological way of taking it, that the boys can do everything, the girl can't. The boys can. That's where we are right now, thinking that, hey, a woman can do what a man can't. A woman can also do what a man is doing, because of where we are coming from. So just change your mindset to know that right where you are right now, where you are right now, you don't have to know that business. Just do things perfectly. Put your ideas on paper, communicate them well, you will be recognized, and the whole world will get attracted to you. Thank you.
One more question. Okay.
Thank you very much. Someone threw a question to me. My colleague has answered it, but I would also like to say that the world always has known women to be in the kitchen. For students, if you look at the textbooks that we have, the man is the doctor, the man is the engineer, the woman is what? The nurse, and the sweeper, and the cook. So that is what is, or has led us as women to be behind. When there's a saying that behind every successful man, there's a woman. Why aren't we talking about besides? So there is this issue that the woman is always behind. And I said it as an example, how, you know, there was a marriage and the men are discussing a girl without the mother, without the girl, coming up with decisions that should be for the girl or for the woman. So because of our physiology, because of our vulnerability, because of the cultural beliefs, norms, systems, the woman has always been put behind. The girl has always been put behind. If you look at our cultures, and as an example also, why should a girl kneel down when greeting and yet a boy doesn't kneel down? Aren't we all children? And we are not saying that we are competing. These are just basic things. Why should I, because I'm female, have to kneel down? Because I must respect. The boy doesn't have to kneel down because, you know, they are superior. So the issue about girls and boys is really about culture. It is not that God created us to be, you know, inferior to the men. And I emphasize the fact that we aren't competing. We are just saying, can we appreciate ourselves as human beings equal to the man? People say, okay, the girl can do what the man can do because the girls have always been, you know, made to believe that we cannot do. And yet we have the potential, we have the capacity, we have the competence, and what man can do, we can do despite the fact that we are physiologically different. So we are not competing, but we are saying, let us be at the same level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have the entertainment, please. We'll have more questions after the debate. We are also going to have a dialogue. So I hope that you take note of the question you'd like to ask from the speeches given. So please, the performing arts, let's keep time.
As they come, the director wanted to introduce someone.
Thank you very much. It was a blast. Thank you very much for the ideas we have learned. You've taught us quite a lot. Immaculate, you are campaigning my job. I'm a director, by the way, and I'm a doctor of philosophy. So when you tell me to go down there, you need to start now telling those people that it is not easy for people to be there and go there. But for some of us, actually, I want to tell you that for me, I don't buy food at my home. No. I have something small in my garden which can feed me. So I have a food basket around me in my home. I'm honored to introduce my friend, Henry. I've worked with Henry for quite a number of years. Henry, can you stand up and come here, please? Henry is my friend. We work together in educating university students. We normally send our students, and I think he takes a large number to train them when they are on internship. Vice Chancellor, he's one of the people that allows all our students countrywide to work with the Red Cross, and he has provided commendable skills to our students. Thank you. Greet the people.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harriet. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here, having been invited by Dr. Harriet. Actually, I feel at home when I come to Kyambogo University, as she has commented. We have a long relationship, Uganda Red Cross. Before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Henry Chigundu. I'm the divisional manager, Uganda Red Cross, who takes Nakawa Division and the Chira Sub-County. So I'm happy to be here. As I told you, whenever I'm at Kyambogo, I feel at home. Well, because we have had a long relationship with the Kyambogo University, we have been on average on a yearly basis, like taking up to 30 interns at our Kampala East branch. because Kyambogo is within Kampala East Branch. So we are happy for that long relationship, except for the years of COVID of 2019 and 20, but we've been always like, we have the biggest people institution who take up Kyambogo University around Nakawa here. Having said that, Uganda Red Cross Society is also a gender-sensitive organization. We are having 7 directorates in Uganda Red Cross. So, but out of the 7 directorates, you'll find that 3 of them are headed by women. We have the Health Directorate, which is headed by Dr. Josephine. We have the HR and administration. Actually, it used to be HR and administration. But starting over this year, it was transformed from HR and administration to human resource and digital transformation to bring in that component of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, innovation, digital transformation is doing what? Is ruling the world. So we are aware of it. So we are transforming according to how the world is moving. Having said that, we will have 51 branches around the country, Uganda Red Cross. Almost we are working in all districts of Uganda. And here in Kampala, as you know, we have 5 divisions. We are in all the 5 divisions. Each division has a branch. And the one I head at Ntinda is the one which takes up Nakawa division and Kira sub-county. But even at our divisional level, at our branch level, we are very much gender sensitive. To take you shortly from the way the governance is in Red Cross, we have what is called a national council at the helm. You find that almost half of the national council members are women. Then we have what we call central governing board. The same also goes around. We have like also have like members who are heading the central governing board. Then even at the branch level, we have what we call a branch governing board, which is comprised of 7 members, including chairman and the vice and the others. But I want to tell you that like at my branch, among the 7 branch governing board, 4 of them, they are women. It's only 3 were men. So you can see how we do what? We consider issues of gender very sensitive. And we call what, these days we're having what we call protection, gender, and inclusiveness in whatever we are doing in all our projects around the country. We don't want to go through whatever we do, most of you know, but whatever we do, we consider issues of protection, gender, and inclusiveness. Even actually our funders and our donors, if we're implementing a project, if we have not included an element of protection, gender, inclusiveness, they say, no, we can't fund that project. So we are very sensitive. As I told you, ladies, they used to be like overlooked in most of our activities, our projects. But I want you want to believe with me, those who see us on TV, on social media, ladies are included in our activity all over. Like you used to find not ladies engaged in blood donation issues, giving first aid. But I want to tell you these days, you find even the ladies who are training in first aid, ladies who respond to first aid, emergencies, even training, blood donation as well. And I want to also to tell you that we do a lot of sensitization as concerns protection, gender, and inclusiveness. So we go to communities. Yeah, some of that. Okay, so we do a lot of sensitization regarding protection, gender, and inclusiveness. So if you are here, you have an organization, academic institution, in the community, or local council, please, you can invite us so that you can come and sensitize your people for free on issues of protection, gender, and inclusiveness. As the theme goes, cracking the code, innovation, gender equality, it fits very well in whatever we do. We are also cracking the code, as I've told you, to cut all the barriers of gender and equality. Innovation, we are also upping up the game. we have a whole institute about innovation it's called Sorina Academy. It is in Switzerland. It is the International Federation of Red Cross which runs it, and we are an emblem, a body who support that innovation school. So we support a lot of youth to do innovation, but among them mostly girls. We are considering girls because we want to see them coming up on the game of technological innovation. So it is not like my day-to-day to give speeches. I will end by saying that Uganda Red Cross, we are a membership organization. We are made up of members who are volunteers. Please, I call upon you to come and join us. We can always involve you in the different activities we do. Like as Dr. Harriet said, Kyambogo students who come to us, we involve them in a lot of work in the communities. So you come and register with us to be a member. Once in a while, we have projects, so we implement in the communities. Join us. Though it is on a payment basis, as you know, sustainability is a key issue these days. So adults, they register with 50,000. Then every year, they do subscription with 20,000. Then senior youth, those who are university, secondary school, they register with us 20,000. Then every year, 5,000 to renew their membership. Then we also have the junior youth, primary school kids. We also invite them to join. Many of them are our members. We want to inculcate in them the spirit of voluntarism to serve humanity. Those ones that register with us with 5,000, then every year 2,000 shillings, and we give you a membership card. Then we can involve you in so many activities we do in the community. Thank you. We shall be happy when you come to join us. God bless you. Henry Chigundu, the divisional manager for Uganda Red Cross, Nakawa and Kira sub-country. And we sit at Kalinabiri Road as you go to Nira offices. That's where the Kampala East branch is located. Yeah, it's our building. We have all over the 15 buildings around the country. They are ours. We don't rent. Thank you.
Lucky you have already the prepaid rent. I hope to be like you when I grow up. Now we are going to have our entertainment from the performing arts, and I hope it's going to take a few minutes. So later, the Kyambogo University Debate Society debaters, please be preparing. I know you have the resolutions, and we are going to debate in a British parliamentary way. No? Okay, but I hope the government will have to be this side, the people supporting, and the opposition will be the other side. So you be preparing. As they are done, it's you next. Thank you. I would like to challenge my co-MC. I don't know whether it is possible for you to win me on this battle. And I hope it will require you to drop the statistics and go to study music, dance, and drama in the School of Performing Arts. What are we dancing? This, what they have been doing.
That one, let me first graduate.
Anyways, I will leave him to go and first practice. Okay.
As the debate society prepares for the debate, I see the School of Performing Arts need to reorganize what they disorganized. Can we have that poem now? Thank you very much. Meanwhile, the debaters, government bench, your bench is steady.
Please be
Let us
taking
work
your
on
seats. The opposition members, take your seats.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Obo Jimmy. I'm a debater. I debate with Kyambogo University Debate Society. And I'm a poet as well. Our poetry group is called Zukuka. Please check out us on YouTube. We have content there for you. I want to be reciting a piece called Women Above the Lies. Okay. Women above the lies. She's a light that beams the darkness, a cornerstone of hope, a strong lady, a lady of wit and resilience. Yes, she has lost her youth. She looks a little old. Her cheeks are bony and her palms are as hard as a crocodile skin. Yet she will toil to keep the family running, to put bread on that table and make the family happy. That woman is the woman I stand to celebrate here today. She'll carry the baby on the back and then the hoe on one hand and go to the garden to plant the maize so that the children can have a bite of the maize. Today I come to check in that blank check saying that women need to be emancipated. That the cry and the lamentation of women shall not be in vain. Like a prophet, I come to speak hope here today. That women are seeing better days. Through the toils of patriarchy and oppression, she has stood out tall. Like a tower, like the wall of China, she resents and resists this oppression. The woman. Please forget about those stereotypes that beauty is about nyash and the boobs. No. You here are the beauty. The beauty is you. You are the epitome of beauty. Your skin glows like the star in the evening. You are the wise. You define what beauty is and resiliency is. Let the woman in you sparkle. Let the woman in you glow and change the world. And education is important for women because you want women that will recite us Shakespearean sonnets and bring Chinua Achebe into our ears and talk about the beautiful memories that Shakespeare writes in his plays and the wonderful works of Charles Dickens. Today, women will stand up. Like Martin Luther King, I have a dream that women will stand up to change society. Women above the lies. I didn't say my course. I am a student of literature and English language. I'm in third year. Yeah, I'm at Kyambogo University. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And we are having the Kyambogo University Debate Society team. They are going to debate a resolution, and we are going to display it here. And it reads, this house, as a Ugandan woman, supports the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. This side is going to be in support, that is the government side, and this side is the opposition side. And Joanita will try to show us what is involved or the characterization of this debate. Joan, please take up the floor. Oh, to the judge first, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arinda Savior. I am the president of Kyambogo University Debate Society, and I'll be the judge. I thank the debaters, from the MC to the MCs, to the poet, to the debaters here, to the panel discussants, to Nabisunsa team, the panelists. Nabisunsa, how are we doing? I thank the Debate Society for turning up. So we are going to have a debate. The resolution will be displayed here, and each speaker is going to be having 4 minutes. This debate is more of informative and more of a normal discussion than actually competitive, okay? So all the best, even when I will not have a trophy for all of you. After the 4 minutes, I'll be notifying you, so.
All right, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. So, panel, this house as a Ugandan woman supports the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. Now, something key to notice is that this act comes in light of a time when we have seen women being cyberbullied, that is number 1. We have seen misinformation being carried on, that is number 2. We have seen an element of hate speeches sort of like being spread when it comes to online sort of spaces, mentioned Twitter, Facebook, and the likes. That is number 3. Now, something very key to notice about this particular kind of amendment act is that it, number 1, it provides for an element of consent. Number 2, it provides for an element of privacy. Number 3, it sort of goes ahead to, kind of fight an element of hate speech. But above all, number 4, it goes ahead to sort of like provide a remedy for reduction of misinformation. Now, why should any Ugandan woman, particularly irrespective of the fact that you're in the corporate world or the informal sector, go ahead to support this kind of amendment act? Number 1, we're going to show you that it's going to enhance an aspect of reduction in, the kind of vulnerability and biases that we've had being sort of like attached to women over time. But above all, number 2, it's going to enhance an element of productivity. And notice, like I already said, it's irrespective of the fact that you're in a formal sector or maybe a corporate kind of world. Now, we know that Team OP is going to come and try to, bring out questions such as, what is the measure of consent? What is the measure of hate speech? How comes the kind of like amendment acts that we have on table doesn't go ahead to sort of, define what hate speech is? We also understand that they're going to bring up a scenario in which, you see, when you have videos sort of like posted online, especially when it relates to a woman, I'll give you a very vivid example, the Nicole kind of saga. Justice is therein sort of like promoted easily. But you notice that on a scale of 1 to 10, it's actually on very rare occasions that for any kind of woman whose nudes are posted on maybe Facebook, Twitter, and the likes, or maybe a woman who is being battered and a video of hers is posted on maybe online, it's on very rare occasions that they actually get the kind of desired justice that they need. That said, we think that the criminal justice system of our country cannot particularly, be subjected to online kind of like, methodologies and mechanisms to sort of like find a resolution, to better it. We think that therein, any Ugandan woman is and should go ahead to support this kind of like amendment act. Number 1, we show you that it goes ahead to provide for them an element of privacy where in the event that maybe I have my boyfriend and I tell him, you know what, sweetheart, go ahead and take my nudes. He is not in position to post my nudes on any kind of social platform if my consent is not there. That reduces the aspect of kind of vulnerability that we go ahead and show you as team government. Now, the other thing that we kind of show you is that it goes ahead to reduce elements such as hate speeches. So we've all seen hashtags trending, fear women, fear women, fear women. That is in itself a kind of hate speech, right? So maybe I go ahead and say fear Joanita, right? Let me give an example of myself. Now that is a hate speech. That means that anyone out there, when they meet me, they're not going to be in position to positively interact with me, right? Why? Because maybe they saw a hashtag somewhere saying that fear Joanita. And Joanita, being a woman, is number one, going to be very unproductive when it comes to work. But above all, number two, is going to become vulnerable. I'll take your POI.
In regards to the hate speech, what happens at a point whereby these individuals that are promoting the hate speech go into an act of now segregating on who watches and who is meant to see the hate speech on their behalf, and yet on the long term their message is being spread.
Now, and that is why we come ahead and tell you that number one, this is a kind of amendment act or a kind of law that goes ahead to provide for consent. And that is why we're trying to say that in the event that I've not consented to you sort of like going ahead to sort of like promote hate speech, because obviously I would not want my name being out there tarnished. So in that event that you go ahead and violate my kind of privacy, my kind of inability to give you consent to promote that, you get to be culpable for it. With that, I address my case.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so before you, let me just get my phone to time myself. Sorry. So first of all, before I begin, I think this issue is really important. And yeah, the discussions we are going to get, you probably should expect a couple of disclaimers. And well, in 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, so this policy, as it exists, you would just think that, oh, the Computer Misuse Act is something that is intended to protect everyone. Well, we think that this policy in of itself is something that is intended to protect mostly women who are like more vulnerable, right? On like in terms of the internet and how it's used and how they get like exploited anyways. How you have like nudes and whatever things. Like it's rare that you will have people interested in nudes of men like online and get the kind of following that you have. But right, getting into our case, why is this, or what interest do women have into this particular policy, and why, what is it that it's meant to fix that we think as opposition it doesn't? When Joanita comes here, she tells you that, oh, this policy is something that is going to create privacy and consent, right? It's something that is going to deter things like hate speech. What she ignores is a POI that we give her. What happens in those instances that men are actually, disclaimer, that men are actually going to go and create their own Twitter spaces and dealing away with women, and they can still communicate? The mere fact that you give like some kind of privacy to these individuals within those toxic spaces to still discuss their ideas does not deter the problem. But also notice, what are the interests of women? Or what do we think a woman, and a Ugandan woman specifically, is in this particular state? We think these are people who are mostly very, very responsive to social issues. That is to say, things that run around morality, women are more interested in. Things that run around like maybe climate change, you would have women reacting to those kinds of things. Things that run around like reproductive health, it's mostly women that are actually going and frontiering these things. Why then does it become like very important to our case to give you why exposure, even at the cost of privacy and consent, is very important in this world while we are creating awareness? I want you to notice this. Most of the instances that you have, like a person being violated, whether it's a domestic violence case, it's because some neighbor out there decided to be a hero and break the privacy and consent within other people's marriage, necessarily to record these people and make it available on the internet. What then you have is people judging that this is an act that is not only bad, so you get like follow up on that act, but you also have things like police actually reacting to this particular issue. The reason as to why you get these things is because people are willing to break privacy and the consent of these marriages and toxic spaces to then go ahead and deal justice. So you get justice like better on our side because we are able to break like this leverage men have over women. I'll take it, please.
Are you then trying to say that the availability, or rather posting my videos anyhow on any kind of social media space in the event that I'm being violated is the best kind of mechanism to fix our criminal justice system?
I think when it comes to this issue, it is the best kind of like mechanism you could use. Why? Because these are things that have been stereotyped to stay in marriages. Like you're getting beaten up by your husband and everyone thinks it's okay and it should stay within that marriage, right? The best thing to do before you even go report to police, get awareness. You're going to get NGOs directly coming to you because you have posted that kind of thing and violated that right. And that is because you've created like this sort of awareness anyways. Now we are still continuing on why like privacy and consent are actually going to folly like this whole policy, right? Because we tell you, even if it's like on the positive side, leave the negatives that happen. The reason as to why you get like women or children or girls in Karamoja getting things like pads, getting things that they will feel ashamed to share and would rather keep private is because these individuals go up there and violate that privacy. But this is positive violation because these people do not want to be in like, they want to be traditional or things of the like. When you violate privacy and consent of those individuals, you then give them like a better life, but also better things that they can go ahead and use for their safety, for their reproductive health, but most especially for the betterment of women in a growing world of innovations in technology. Thank you very much.
So my name is Mary Xavier. I do bachelor's in industrial engineering and management, year 2. And from the government bench, first of all, the first thing I would do is reply to their case, which is built around the importance of of exposure, especially the seeking of justice to to a Ugandan woman. And they try to paint a picture where they want to show us that actually taking things or getting evidence without consent of these people actually gives us more justice in this case. But I would want to, he said a scenario of where a neighbor gets a video of you being battered in your marriage or anything happening in your marriage, and then perhaps it creates a society. But at the end of the day, we have seen that these videos, at the end of the day, someone who has been actually captured in the video comes out and is actually not happy about her being exposed at the end of the day, because even when I'm being battered in my marriage, what people see about you, what society will see about you at the end of the day as you move around is not what that person actually wants. That means that you should have to first ask the person that we are trying to give consent to this woman. Even when it is happening in your marriage, it is very important for us to know if you want it to be exposed or not. So at the end of the day, we have seen things like maybe the Nicole video. At the end of the day, we have seen that people were saying she's 12, another one is saying she's 14. And at the end of the day, she's actually feeling uncomfortable even where she is right now. Because as you're trying to promote justice, social media does it in a different way. But like this kind of exposure that has no consent, at the end of the day, it could go wrong and we have no control over it. But at the end of the day, in things like violence, in things like which are life-threatening, that means this is a kind of exception case that we can put in an amendment, which can be solved by us not ignoring the intention of this kind of amendment. So what opposition is trying to do is something like this. That let's say maybe they were bringing something, a law against murder. Let's say people were making a constitution, were bringing a law against murder, and someone comes and says, perhaps someone could murder someone accidentally, and maybe they didn't mean it, and then we be like, since things that maybe people could be in prison, you're found on the crime scene, and you're not the one who murdered the person. So should we leave you just because we think you could be innocent or not innocent? So that means that we are ignoring the actual intention of this law by saying there is an exception case. So just because there is an exception case in this maybe there is a life-threatening thing, that means that the court can actually deal with that. Maybe you can have an exception case, but that means that would not give enough reason for a Ugandan woman to stand and actually be against this kind of amendment, because it actually promotes promote, it clothes her. So our case, how we judge this debate is which word creates a better woman at the end of the day.
Yeah,
A woman who has privacy is a better woman, like we can prove to you. Because at the end of the day, even when you say you're promoting justice, are you sure that this woman wants justice at that right moment? Because even when people think they are creating justice for you, it is up to us to ask you, do you actually want justice? So if you find someone in a marriage and they actually don't feel like they want to expose what's happening to them at that moment, that means that if you expose it, it's actually against their what? Against their consent, which is so who is the better woman? The woman we are promoting is, in this case, is a woman who knows when to do what. If they need justice, let them speak up. If they need something, let them speak up. But what they are creating is a woman whereby maybe needs some accidental justice, justice which can be promoted by what? By the entire community at the end of the day, because we feel like the woman is actually very vulnerable and she cannot speak for herself. So we say that our word actually creates a better woman, whereby the woman knows that she needs justice and she can speak up. That means that at the end of the day, if this woman actually disagrees with this kind of amendments, she's disagreeing with her own privacy, disagreeing with her own consent, and disagreeing with actually being a better woman. I rest my case.
Okay, I'm going to begin in 1, 2, 3, I go. Okay, so I think I need to re-echo what our motion is today. It is saying that this house, as a Ugandan woman, would support the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. Okay, so team government comes here and, they're claiming that, they are not going to reconsider, like, we are going to come and talk about the hate speech. We are going to try to rebut what they are telling. We're trying to tell them. But let me respond to your question. Justice is justice. Do you know that if the women, you're not respecting you're not respecting that this woman actually probably they have put out their nudes out there, and someone is going to get these things and probably want to try to put out this woman in this image of, what, we saw your nudes on media, and probably, it's going to create a form of exploitation to these women. These women are going to be exploited in many offices. Someone may come out fine. You're telling us that if these things actually are put into place, like, privacy is going to be actually respected of a woman. But you also realize that there is going to be exploitation, where probably this person is going to get this video of this woman and be like, what, we saw this video, and you're going to try to exploit this woman in any way. For us as team opposition, we believe that justice is justice. If this thing has happened, then we shouldn't allow this amendment to happen, because there are so many loopholes that will happen in this amendment. They came here and talked about a lot of things that, there are a lot of things that are actually missing in this amendment. They come and talked about, like, they're in this disguise of saying that women are vulnerable, Fine, we believe that women are vulnerable. Rejected, I'll take you later. They are vulnerable. But you also realize that if the things actually put out there, like probably these guys come out and told us that the amendment thing has the hate speech, it's bringing about the hate speech. But you know that this hate speech, these women are being subjected to, the hate speech, it's not actually going to cover for everything that is going to happen to these women. There are instances whereby these hate speeches come out and these women, someone is going to talk about, there is, for example, I'll give the example of body shaming. Media is trying to bring this image of, I look small, I don't have nyash. They're trying to portray the thing of, being small is problematic. Yet it is not being problematic. These hate speeches have created a lot of things to the women. Taken.
Do you realize that there is a better way to actually solve your problems without meddling with our act?
No, I don't believe that. There is no better way, because in the first place, these things I'm talking about, like for example, I'm telling you of the hate speech. So many people, you've seen the scandals that have really come up, probably the thing of, I think you guys have heard of the thing of Bruno K that has come out. This woman had just actually given birth, and people tried to body shame her body, and they brought out some picture of her, and it really looked so disgusting. So for us, we are saying that these things actually are not good. They are going to increase on a lot of things for these women. So we believe that there are so many things that need to be discussed in this amendment thing, and it doesn't have any way to it's limiting a lot of people, So it is also that the stereotypes that have been created, of how people look on Twitter. We basically want to bring to these people that many people people are going to come out and probably talk about how people look, how their bodies are, all those things. But do you also realize that these people will actually, these kinds of speeches that are put on these people will try to fit in how society has actually painted it. You find that most of the people are actually going to bleach, most of the people are going to take pills, most of the people are going to take these injections whereby someone is looking like a white, yet they're African, you know. And so these kinds of things are going to take a longer time. We see that this amendment thing, it's going to take a longer time, and the exploitation will still exist in these spaces. Allow me rest my case.
Okay, we shall be starting in 1, 2, and 3. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sophia Sydney Innocent, and our motion for today is actually very well written. That this house supports. This house as a Ugandan woman would support the Computer Misuse Amendment Act. That's what our motion is basically about. And on the theme of government, we are centering on 4 main aspects. We are centering on the aspect of consent, privacy, fights, and hate speech, which all result and are directly connected to the idea of posting or sharing unsolicited information about individuals, those in marriages, and women in other spheres of life. So first of all, I want to look at some of the things that the team of position tried to talk about. They talked about exposure, that people who get violated, or I mean the people who get their videos or information about them shared on social media are actually getting exposed and getting justice through interventions of external organizations and NGOs. But what I want to say is that first of all, I want to agree with the deputy opposition when she says that that the woman or the victim does not need the public getting to know about her, getting to know about what has happened to her in order for her to get justice. But she can seek her own justice. She can speak for herself, and that draws us to self-actualization. That's what I mean. And secondly, I would like to tell you that when someone has become a victim, maybe of domestic violence, maybe of cyberbullying, one of the things that can happen to her may not necessarily be justice. It may be something that is contrary to justice. That's to say, it may lead to what we call post-traumatic stress disorder, because not all women recover from all those things. People's personalities are different, and others may succumb to things like suicide
Clarity,
as a result
please.
of that. Yes.
So Joanita here is a very nice speaker, right?
Yes.
Do you think our dear cameraman who is taking a pic of her and showing her to the world that she's a powerful woman, a beautiful speaker, has actually given, or Joanita has given the guy consent to actually do that or not?
It is something that is that is a very nice question indeed. It is well known that everybody who has chosen to be here has really given consent by the mere fact of being here. So it is not a personal consent, but it is consent as a whole. Thank you. Let's talk about, okay, that is another thing. That is self-assertiveness is already covered in that. And the team opposition did not give us anything to do with self-actualization here in in as far as that is concerned. And then they did not even show us properly how they did not prove how not supporting the amendment provides a solution to access to justice by Ugandan women. Another thing that that is about them. Let's talk about now let me delve into some of the things that we need to talk about. Thank you so much. With this, I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, Pano, I'll begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, Pano, what you extensively get from the government side is a world whereby women need to be private no matter what harm happens to them in form of domestic violence. Even when we have bad cases of child abuse, those things should be not talked about, they should be private. But here, Pano, we believe as the opposition side that we look into a world whereby these things are given out to the world, these things are disclosed, and this helps us in a way that it accelerates in terms of prosecution and investigations. Now, in other words, every time you keep these things private, you're delaying, one, the justice for these particular individuals, the children and the mothers. Then also on the issue of privacy, I know that we believe that in a world where we continuously give privacy to individuals, you realize that even when we don't need consent for us to expose the evils you're doing. Evils such as child abuse, evils such as domestic violence. These are things that should be put in light. Ladies and gentlemen, the main issues why we have nude circulating, the main problem as why we have domestic violence circulating is due to the fact that society has broken down in terms of morals. Ladies and gentlemen, if we do not combat the issues of morals, then we lose out. Even when you put in place your Computer Misuse Act, there is no way it's going to reduce the domestic violence and the child abuse that is going to happen, and to worsen it in their world where they're going to keep it private. You realize that these are bad things that are going to happen continuously, and we shall have no say because they believe that when we expose these things, we are going to have a very bad world. I'll take your POI.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how many of these public evidences are actually credible?
Thank you. Every time, ladies and gentlemen, we have issues that come up on social media and go viral in terms of child abuse and domestic violence, you realize that these cases have never gone unpunished. But under scenarios where we have these things being private, all these things are kept quiet. They tell us that there should be a time where these women should be beaten so badly to one point that they should now seek for their own justice. But we believe this is a very bad approach in a way that every time you tell the women that you can deal with the pain and keep the domestic violence unto yourself until when you feel like you can no longer keep it yourself, then they expose it to the outside world. We believe that even by the time they come out to actually tell us about their problems, they would not be in a better place to be hoped. One, we believe that they would be psychologically tortured. Two, even physically, they will be in a bad state. Now, Pano, we believe that the best solution today should be sensitization of the people, sensitization of society, and this sensitization can only be done by looking at the institutions that include the religious institutions, the cultural institutions. Now, we believe that society, every time society loses its morals, we go back to the people that are meant to help upgrade the morals. These are the religious leaders in the different religions that everyone falls under, and also we look at everyone belonging to a particular culture. I'll not take any more POIs because I need to educate the fact that the problem we have today is beyond privacy. The problem today is beyond what we are expecting you guys to actually tell us. The problem today is not the Computer Misuse Act. The problem today is that we don't have laws. The problem today is that the major problem we have today is that the morals that are meant to actually protect the society and make the society understand that the troubles we have are not only one thing that are looking at policies. Policies are going to be always put in place, but under no circumstances are these policies going to help combat the problems. The problems are on ground, and the problems can only be kept in check when we have particular morals that have to be uplifted, particular morals that are against anything that is related to child abuse and the violation of women's rights. If you want to make sure that women are non-vulnerable in any way, in any case, you need to empower them. Empower them by carrying out campaigns in form of sensitization in their local languages, not just looking at a particular thing of designing policies, because even in Pando, I believe that with this, we believe that the best alternative today should be impacting on morals, not setting up policies that actually will never work in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The affirmatives and then the negatives, together with our audience. This has been a nice deliberation, and I thank both sides for whatever they were able to make us aware of. We believe that this information will be very important for policymakers, most especially for the aid memoir that will actually come out, because we need then the policymakers to realize that either the policies they are setting in place are not actually curtailing the problems that pre-exist in society, or they need to do better in sensitization and tackling these problems and looking at different angles under which we can tackle the same problems. I thank you for listening in, and I wish you well. This has been the Kyambogo University Debate Society, and we are welcome to everyone who would like to be a part of us. Thank you very much.
Yes, right about now, we are going to open this discussion to the rest of the audience. Please feel free to, oh, could I take a minute to introduce them? For them to introduce themselves, maybe?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your patience. I think this was a most brilliant discussion, and that's why I keep on, one of my goals is actually to look at the next generations and the under citizens, and you build us, you remind us of what we are, and actually what you are discussing right now, sometimes we go through it, it's an experience. Somebody offends you, and you share your experience with somebody, and offends you again and say, what did you benefit? You exposed your story, your privacy, you understand? And it's like a kind of like telling you, you've lost the battle, you understand? But to me, I feel that if you offend me, and I keep it, and maybe somehow I get my other confidence and share it with them, I get that relief. That's what I think. It's not about exposing my story. It's about letting people understand that this is the problem. And if I keep quiet, it means that we are going to have quite a number of psychosocial trauma, populations. So, and for that matter, for me, it's better that when a problem comes in, we mitigate and let the community know, let the society know. We don't need to wait for the laws to take their course, but you can say yes as long as you have the evidence actually that somebody is harassing you. This happens to students, it happens to fellow members of staff as we will do our work. A fellow female harassing you in that regard, a fellow male student harassing you, a male colleague harassing you. But they want us to keep it, in the background, behind there. And they want you, as they do it, then they become the winners. They will know, yes, yes, yes. And with that, it means it will be transferred. It will trickle down to our societies, to our students, to the morals we already cultured. And we don't want to lose such kind of things. So it's better that we speak out what is not deserving of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Derek Hauha. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in land surveying and information systems. I'm in second year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Adongwini. I'm pursuing a bachelor's in social work and social administration.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those who don't know, I'm from Kyambogo University. And my name's Chibirango Osama Rahim. I'm under the program Bachelor's of Information Technology and Computing. I found so much interest in this particular motion because some of the things that we actually talk about here, the exploitation, are under like our own course, right? Because some people do not know how to use a computer and it gives you marks and things of the like. I hope we shared something that benefits those particular people.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lakejo Anita Juliet. I study a Bachelor's of Environmental Science, Technology, and Management. Now, something very key to note is that the discussion that we were trying to hold today is to try and show you the positive kind of elements that this particular act brings on table, but above all, the loopholes that are still in existence. And we believe that all the deliberations that were sort of given from OP and PROP sort of like, provide those kinds of solutions, like I said, and the loopholes within it. That said, I hope that the policymakers out here have actually noted down whatever we've been trying to say and are going to go back and try to fix it because we need such policies fixed, minus any form of loopholes. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Atumanyire Mary Savior. I do a bachelor's in industrial engineering and management, and I'm in year 2. Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be on this once again. My name is Okio Sydney Innocent, a year 3 student pursuing a Bachelor of Arts with Education, and I'm doing literature and English. To me, basically, this motion was to enable us see some of the aspects of this bill, which seem obvious but may not be in that case. But that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyambogo University Debate Society. Yeah,
someone
I think
from
we are
the
done,
audience.
and we are going to have a communication from Asimwe Catherine Natalia, representing Endometriosis Foundation Uganda. Madam, you're highly welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam MC, the organizing committee, Kyambogo University. Thank you for hosting us. We are glad to be here with you and to share with you on this day. My name just has been mentioned. I'm Asimwe Catherine Natalia. I'm a student pursuing my bachelor's in law
fact, statistics do state that every 1 in 10 women has endometriosis. And we are yet to learn that it is even more. Lately, we are coming to the understanding that it is
more than just one of every 10 women. We believe that it is more, up to 2 to 3 of every 10 women has endometriosis. So how do you know you have endometriosis? Endometriosis manifests itself at the earliest stages as period pain. We advocate for the notion that chronic period pain is not normal. And I'm so glad that I am speaking to an audience where we have students, we have ladies. Please go out there and share this message. Period pain is not normal, and it is high time we stopped normalizing it. We believe it is normal because we have been taught that it is. Well, I am here to let you know that it is not normal. We are here to help you find answers. We are here to help you find a solution. Endometriosis has no cure, but we live by diet, lifestyle practices. There are surgeries that could be done here and there to better up the quality of life. Besides period pain, endometriosis also manifests itself as infertility, high infertility rates. In fact, it is the top #1 cause of infertility amongst women. Chronic back pain, chronic pelvic pain, migraines, manifests as pain all over the body, nausea, irregular periods, spotting, heavy bleeding. All that may be signals or red flags that you could be having endometriosis. Please, let's not normalize period pain. It is not normal. Come out, speak about it. It is absurd that our health sector has not yet come to par with us in understanding of endometriosis, not only in Uganda, but in the entire world as of today. But studies are ongoing, research is ongoing. We are coming to learn more and more about endometriosis. So please come out. I know there is a challenge that comes with stigmatization. I have personally suffered so much, especially in that area, with stigmatization, what society takes us to be. You are branded as weak, you are branded as a weak female because you don't handle pain the same way that you are that other people are believed to be handling it. Meanwhile, you are handling something big, something very bad. Period pain can go to be as bad as labor pain. Yes, and we have members that have that. We have people, we have ladies that have that on a monthly basis. So it is that absurd. Please come out, let's talk about it. You're not going to find help everywhere because, like I've mentioned, even our medics have not yet come to the very proper understanding of endometriosis. But with Endo Uganda, we are here for you. We have a support group. We support each other financially, socially, emotionally. Please come through. We are going to leave our contacts. Please reach out to us. We are going to link you out to all of these doctors that have experience and have studied endometriosis, and you're going to find solutions. There is no cure for endometriosis. I hope I've mentioned. There's no cure for it, but there are solutions. There are ways that we can help better up quality of life. And with that, I want to thank you all for being here. Please reach out. It may not be you, it may be your sister, it may be your friend, it may be your classmate, it could be a workmate somewhere. Please speak out. Gentlemen, help us out there and share this message. Chronic period pain is not normal. And we are here to break the silence, break the stereotypes, break all of this, social invalidation of period pain, and bring awareness about endometriosis and female reproductive health as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I think it's time to end the silence, as their slogan says. And I'm requesting Dr. Harriet to give us some remarks and to tell us how we shall carry out the day tomorrow, and to also thank you all for having been patient up to this time. Please interact with each other. You know, from the gathering, it's where we network. So try to get those connections. Talk to Natalia, talk to James, talk to everyone. You never know, your tomorrow might start from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our MCs, Marvin and Grace. You've done a great job. We thank you. And I think we feel inspired by your skills in that, in the speaking skill, which most of us don't have. And we thank you all for coming, Nabisunsa Girls School, Makerere College, and Art of a Child. We are happy that we associated with you, because you are at tomorrow. Without you, this university cannot exist. We cannot work. We work mainly with the students, and they are our main stakeholders. We had a very good keynote address. We have had a good debate, exchange, and the panelists also did a great job. I thank you, Endome, that one, Metrosis. You've educated us, and I know there are quite a number of people. I think tomorrow we shall give you another audience, and then you discuss about it. It is something which is very minor to many people. She told us it is 1/10. So which means it is 10 out of 100. So it is a marginalized case, but which is so problematic. I think we need to learn more about this and how to handle it for us as parents, and then the students, and also the academia, because when you are in that state, you cannot write your exams. And even when you explain, people ask you whether they have not had menstruation and studied and had children and had everything. But I think for us in academia, it is something that we can take as the lessons learned. Because when our students explain to us that they've been sick, and you are talking of a period somebody doesn't even want to hear, and yet it is a period that has made me, has made you. Without a period, maybe you may not be there. Yeah, so in other words, we celebrate the menstruating mothers and those in menopause. We've gone through it, and we also celebrate, and we continue celebrating menstruation as well. In the month of May, it will be a menstruation month, and some of our partners, Period Equity Africa, in partnership with their partners in Australia, has actually sponsored us to train 200 female students, Kyambogo University female students, they need one, on how to use menstrual cups, on how to manage their menstruation. So they are providing 200 menstrual cups, which one cup, one can use it for even 10 years. So you do not meet the cost of buying sanitary towels anymore until after 10 years, if we kept and utilized. We thank the sponsors. They will facilitate that, and I think we need to identify the needed students within our university community to benefit from that. The program is already organized, and it will be a 3-day training on how to use those menstrual cups. I'm happy to report that the organization of Post International Women's Day has brought along quite a number of networks, very strategic partnerships, and we are learning. It has created awareness. We thank you, all of you who have come. And tomorrow we need to come back here and meet our guest of honor. We have a cocktail of activities. We have big messages and takeaway homes, lessons. And I think we learn on a daily basis. On a daily, we learn something new. We thank you and we wish you a safe journey back home. And for that matter, I would ask a volunteer to lead us in prayer as we close for today. Today we have presentations actually for those people who are bringing out isolated cases that have been not discussed, but they will be there. The academia and civil society organizations need to teach us what they have been studying. They will be sharing. Thank you. Volunteer.
Thank you so much, organizers. Dr. Harriet, thank you so much for inviting me for this occasion. I'm from Busitama University, and you're one of those institutions that have really supported gender equity. We give an additional 1.5 to the girl child, in addition to the government 1.5. So 3 points on board to admit students on STEM programs. So we have that opportunity, and I'd recommend you to take forward this message to your parents, to your cousins, and you also have short courses. And after that, the students join the mainstream in the university. Affirmative action for girls. We have the HEC program, that's a bridging program that enables students in senior 6 who couldn't make it to university to come for a year and then join the mainstream. So I just want to communicate that, but I'd like to thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, can we please arise and pray and thank God for such a beautiful day. Father in heaven, I'd like to thank you for such a beautiful day. We want to thank you for the minds behind this occasion. It is you who gives wisdom, and Lord, we thank you that we've been able to tap into this wisdom. Lord, we thank you for the Gender Mainstream Directorate and Kyambogo University and the partners who have put this together. Lord, without them, we wouldn't be here. We believe knowledge is wisdom, and we are living with this wisdom, not to keep in our briefcases, not to keep it in our bags, but to disseminate it to our colleagues, to our friends, and to put it to use in our respective institutions. Lord, we thank you for the journey masses that were able to come here today. And as we go back, Lord, we pray that you take us safely. And as we come back tomorrow again, Lord, may you be with us. Everyone who intends to join, everyone who intends to come and present, Lord, we pray for them. We pray for our guests of honor. And Lord, we want to thank you again for the day. It almost rained, but Lord, you held back the rain. Tomorrow also, I'd like to pray for beautiful weather. We want to thank you and praise your holy name. In God's name, I've prayed and believed. Amen.
On behalf of
the students, the university community, let's mobilize more. There is quite a lot to learn, and then we can fill the room again. Thank you.